Well, a very good morning and welcome to day one of competition at the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam 2017. I'm absolutely delighted to be sitting next to former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doyle. A very good morning to you, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And what a good morning is, and a very exciting start to this competition, isn't it?
Loretta's got a beautiful dress on today, but she's got a jacket on, so it's kind of covered up there so you can't see. But she's had 101 compliments about how well she looks this morning, so I had to say that.
Just to make me blush even
yeah,
more.
there you go.
That,
now, not only does Loretta look good, but she's got plenty of information on the top players to look out for in today's competition. We've got five weight categories to bring you on this opening day. 3 women and 2 men. We're going to start by taking a look at the women's weight categories. The top 4 seeds in the under 48 kilo category. Odgonsetsi Galbadrag of Kazakhstan is the number 1 seed. Milica Nikolic of Serbia is the number 2 seed. The number 3 seed is Noah Minska, who's representing the International Judo Federation. And the number 4 seed is Irina Dolgova of Russia. Now, from that group, the 15 judoka in there, Loretta's going to pick out 1 or 2 who you should look out for.
Well, as you've mentioned, obviously they've got 15 athletes representing in this weight category, and the number 1 seed already gets straight into the quarterfinal with a bye in the first fight. So that's really putting her right in there with that, obviously with the medal chance, without even competing right yet.
Nice one.
Which is it's always a good start, isn't it? So we obviously have her. She's the Olympic and world bronze medalist, Galbadrag of Kazakhstan, and like you say, the number 1 seed, Nikolic from Serbia, 4 times Grand Slam medalist, and obviously a massive contender here for the title here at Abu Dhabi. But one that you haven't mentioned is Paula Pareto of Argentina. And for me, Olympics champion back in 2016, you cannot write her out. And she's come back in September where she won a bronze medal in the Grand Prix. So for me, she's just starting to come back into the circuit from obviously time out from winning that Olympic medal. But she's got to be one of the quiet ones that's in this list that we can't write off. And she's up against Judo of Belgium in the first round in Pool D. So for me, that's one I think should be taking a close eye on and seeing how she gets on.
Okay, let's take a look at the under 52 kilo category, and the number 1 seed there is Erica Miranda of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Gilly Cohen, who's here representing the International Judo Federation. Number 3 seed is Alexandra Larissa Florian of Romania, and the number 4 seed is Angelica Delgado of the United States of America. Who should we be looking out for in the 52s?
Well, Miranda is obviously the strong seed world bronze medalist and top of the medal table on 4 occasions, has done really well. She's a very strong, consistent player. But again, another one that you haven't mentioned, Van Snick of Belgium, and Grand Prix in Tashkent, 3rd place. And she's obviously, she's again a very consistent athlete, and she's always very close to those medals, and someone that could be a major contender. And also Joanna Ramos, European bronze medalist in the top half in Pool A, and she'll be obviously participating in that first round with Miranda.
Okay, we come now to the under 57 kilo category, and the 19 judoka in there. The number 1 seed is Dorjsuren Sumia of Mongolia. The number 2 seed is Rafaela Silva of Brazil. Number 3 seed is Jessica Klimke of Canada, and the number 4 seed is Nakoda Smith-Davis of Great Britain. Your picks in here.
Dorsernian of Mongolia, again, world champion, very, very strong, and strong favourite, along with obviously her Olympic rival, which is Rafael Silva. They obviously competed at the Olympic Games, and as we know, Silva was up there as the Olympic champion. And I wonder if those 2 will get to that final. It'll be quite interesting to see how that performance will pan out. But for me, someone that's come back from a lot of injuries and has done extremely well and performed outstandingly in the World Championships was Nakoda Smith-Davis. And she's in the top half in Pool B. And again, she's got to be a very strong contender for this competition.
Okay, I'll be interested to see what happens in the opening contest for Dorje and when she has to face Krista Deguchi of Canada. Krista moved over from Japan. She's Japanese, but has gone over to fight for Canada. That should be an interesting one, and the Canadians are going to have their hands full because they've got two in that weight category, and they've got a couple at home that fancy their chances. Klimke, the former cadet world champion, down in Pool D, and Krista Deguchi.
But you've also got a very, very mature athlete, I would say, but a lot of experience, Olympic bronze medalist, Thelma Monteiro.
Yep, in there as well. Okay, that's the under 57 kilo category. Let's take a look at the two men's categories now. The first of which is the under 60 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. The number 2 seed is the defending champion here, Francisco Garrigos of Spain. The number 3 seed is Robert Shvidobadze of Russia. And the number 4 seed, I can't see that here, Kuzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. Okay.
Well, my favourite has got to be, and it's got to be the strongest contender, is Papinashvili of Georgia. Has 10 Grand Slam medals under his belt, and he's obviously a very, very consistent athlete. And for me, he's got to be one that's got the big chance of winning here today. But like you've mentioned, you've obviously got Rios has won the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi last year, so he's very familiar with this home ground and knows what it's like to be a champion here. So again, it's going to be a very tough one. There's 19 athletes participating. As we know, in most of these events, it can be anybody's game.
A couple of other names that weren't in that top 4. Adonis Diaz is a promising youngster from the United States of America. He's up in Pool A. Look out for him to be on the podium. I think he's not a bad lad, and he needs to get past Limar or Polkabek, and he's in the quarterfinals. So there's a chance, for him up there. The other one is Albert Ogazov of Russia, useful player in Pool B, and Felipe Kitadayev, former bronze medalist at the Olympic Games, down there in Pool B. There's one other as well, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev, who's in Pool C. And, those are names that when they come up a bit later on, we may say,
yes, We've got the Brazilians in there as well.
That's right.
Very, very consistent fighters and wonderful judo as well. So you just never know.
Right, we've got one more weight category to take a look at. It's the under 66 kilo category, and it's the largest of the weight categories that we've got here today. 31 judoka. There's just one judoka in there who's got a bye into the next round, and that's Tal Flicker, who's representing the International Judo Federation here. He's the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. The number 3 seed is Abdul Jalilov of Russia, and the number 4 seed is Baruch Shmailov, who's also representing the International Judo Federation here. Loretta.
Well, 31 judokas participating. It's going to be a very tough competition for all these athletes. Flicker, obviously, as you've mentioned, ranked number 2 in the world ranking and is world bronze medalist. Has got to be the strongest favourite. But like you mentioned, you've got Pliev of Russia, who's 3 times world silver medalist. Again, another strong contender. For me, with that many athletes participating, all have got some very strong and some excellent results behind them. Again, you've got also another one that's gone under the radar is Nathan Burns. He's a strong contender who's now competing for Ireland. He used to be competing for Great Britain. But there's some really strong. Gambold from Mongolia and Fidel of Germany as well as another other strong player that we've seen consistently throughout.
Well, Loretta just mentioned Mongolian, and we're going to go to mat number 1 to take a look at Davydoj Temirkalek of Mongolia. He faces Ilkin Babazada of Azerbaijan. It's Davydoj in the white, judogi Babazada in blue. It's the opening round in the under 66 kilo category. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, that is the fight to follow, Davydoj and Babazada. We're going to begin with Dmitry Shershan of Belarus. He's up against Kenneth van Gansbecker of Belgium. When I was calling Davydoj's name, I was looking at at Shershan and wondering, that's not the fight. Right, Dimitri Shershan in the white judogi, Kenneth van Gansbecker in blue. Here's Loretta.
Thank you very much, Sheldon. Yes, well, as we said earlier on in the 66, Flicker has got a bye in the first round, so that takes him into the second. And so we come to this match. The winner of this match will meet Flicker. And Van Gansbeck there, as you see, trying to secure that hold. Well, here we have a good start for Belgium.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate pairing for Shershan and Van Gansbecker. They're both very useful fighters and would have liked, you know, the opportunity of a contest after that. It will be shower time and
exactly, and
on your
we
way.
know with 31 athletes there's not going to be any easy matches out here in this competition. Very evenly matched as far as standard is concerned, with 2 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in this contest. Only one Shido now for Shershan. A slight disadvantage, but we know it doesn't come into play until the golden score, if we get to there.
Stronger grip there now from Shershan, and Van Gansbecker didn't like that. It was a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah. But here again, he shows how comfortable he is in the Niwaza. We're seeing once more a little bit of action down there. He tends to obviously feel that he has a lot to offer down in the Niwaza. Almost held his opponent down in the earlier seconds of the contest. Throws that left hand over the top, and as you can see, he's trying to get it across, but Shershan blocking it. An attempt there of a Sutemi Waza from Van Gansbeck. Well, Shershan then throwing that left hand over the top. It's been drawn down to a lapel grip. Now finds himself on top in the Niwaza. Doesn't look like he knows exactly where he's going with that. And seems to be plagued with a bit of a wrist injury there.
Yeah, close-up was a little bit too tight there because he was holding his wrist. I'd like to see whether there was any strapping on there. And I think there is. I think there is, yeah. So it's probably something that he's brought into the competition. Unlikely that he just did that in the warm-up.
Exactly, yeah, definitely. Well, there's so many events throughout the year that it'd be surprising if any of these athletes don't come in with one niggler or another into these tournaments. Again, a Sutemi Waza from Van Gansbeck. Trying to lure his opponent down into the knee Waza, most probably. It picks up his second, well, the first Shido. So there's 2-1 at the moment. Now this is where Shershan's got to be very careful. 2 Shidos, 1 more would result in the hand sokomaki. Belgium comes over the top there with that right. Still maintains a very high grip. Working with the Ashiwazas and drawing his opponent down into the Niwaza again, once more looking for any opportunity down there. So 19 seconds remaining in this contest. Still no score. Belgium comes around the back, attempts the hip throw, loses his balance and Finds himself more in the receiving end into the groundwork. So 7 seconds remaining, and this looks like it'll go into the golden score.
There's been some discussion about the number of golden scores, and it shouldn't come as a surprise given that we went from 5 minutes to 4. So,
yes,
of course, you know, they're going to be golden scores. What we should also look to analyse, and I don't think I've seen anyone present any information yet, is how many of the previously 5-minute contests that are now 4, how many that have gone into golden score have ended within the first minute?
Yeah.
Because then that's
and there
a
has
moot
been,
point.
for the amount of time we've been on the circuit, there's been quite a lot. As
Plenty.
soon as they go into golden score,
Bang.
you think, oh, why
You know.
didn't they just do that in the earlier stages? But, yeah, that pause, that change of sort of action, and what it means that first attack could mean everything, and it's all over and done with. Whereas we know, and when you've got 4 minutes, it could be done in any time. So they tend to sort of sit back on it, a little bit apprehensive with one another, and especially in the earlier rounds, no one really wants to make those ultimate mistakes or sacrifices to start, just in case it goes wrong.
He's tried that little sit-down Yoko Otoshi on a couple of occasions, and the last 2 have looked not very strong.
Yes, he's got to be very careful there.
There's a better effort with the right
Oh,
Uchimata, but he's gone over there,
straight
yeah.
onto that hip throw. What a mistake there. And Shershan just capitalised on that.
Now see, there's a good example. That's going to go down as a contest that's gone into golden score, but we've ended in 40 seconds.
Yes.
You know, 40 odd seconds, and we've ended with a positive action.
Yes.
And we could say that as a result of the pressure of the Shidos that came up, and the fact that it was a first score wins, that pressure resulted in a positive score. We could say that. I mean, it might be just guesswork, but there's so many people that have been saying, oh, you know, judo's this and judo's that. It's negative when they go in golden score, and I think that wasn't.
No. There is something to say about that. Again, it could be just down to they know there has to be action. There cannot be any defensive movement. The Shidos, if they could pick up a Shido, especially if it's even, then that's the contest finished. So they tend to sort of step it up to the next gear and work from there.
Right, so for the second time today then, we're going to introduce Davidosh Tamerkeleg. He's up against the same fighter he had before, Ilkin Babazada of Azerbaijan. Just the only thing is that this time they're actually on the mat. My apologies for the opening introduction. We really have got Davidosh and Babazada.
Well, the Azerbaijan there looks a little bit apprehensive as he gets drawn down to his knees. Davidosh there with a very strong right hand high collar grip there, controlling very nicely. Luring his opponent onto those hips, as you can see there. Trying to step across what looks to be that Osota, but there you have the Sutemi Waza, just to break that up, as the Azerbaijan could see and feel that it was under a lot of pressure, as we saw in the earlier seconds of this contest. Babazaza coming round the back of Davidosh. He's got to be very careful there. But still looking very apprehensive in this contest against the Mongolian. Once more, Davidosh with that right high collar grip, controlling his opponent very nicely there. Again, another more of a panic attack as he drops underneath. Very little control. Babazada really has to start taking a little bit more responsibility out there and trying to control. He goes for the waist wrap there. But Davidoj there hooks in with the leg as he looks for the rotation over his own body. Well, the Mongolian's looking very strong and positive out there. Well, the referee just having a wee check there. I'm not sure, maybe with a scratch or something, but just checking that there's no blood. Again, Davidoj throwing that arm over the top. Controls that sleeve very nicely. Trying to set up his opponent as the Azerbaijan is now drawn once more into the Niwaza. So cross grip there from Davidoj as it goes down into the ground. Wasn't as convincing a move or as calculated as he has been in earlier minutes of this contest. With 1 minute and 14 seconds remaining. We've only got one Judo on the board. That's to the Azerbaijan. And a nice counter there from Davidoj. Well, just under a minute remaining in this contest. So far, Davidoj has controlled the contest right from the beginning. Looking very strong out there. Still hasn't been able to get a score on the board as yet. But we're looking now a possibility of the Osakomi. But the Azerbaijan doing extremely well to get out of what looked to be a very uncomfortable situation. Davidoj coming in for the drop. Again, not as convincing. With just under a half a minute remaining in this contest, it's looking more and more likely that this will go to golden score. The second one we've seen so far in the two matches. Babazada really hasn't had many opportunities in this contest to shine. He's been on the receiving end. He's been out-gripped throughout. I wonder if this golden score will change that about.
He looks, it's not the nice thing to say, obviously, but he looks stale.
He looks like he's running out the back door every time he grips up. He doesn't look to be very confident against Davidoj, who's out-gripped him. He's controlled the whole match up to this point. Sadly hasn't actually got a score yet, but let's see if that prediction that you said earlier on, Sheldon, comes to. Again, a good attack in the opening seconds of golden score. Managed to get the score, but nevertheless a very strong, one of the strongest attacks that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think he's just sent the signal there that he's not looking to hang around too long in the golden score period. That wasn't the best of efforts.
No.
The two movements that Babazada has had in the golden score period have both been almost, you know.
Well, Babazada,
yeah, he's going to
get
catch it here, yeah.
Because that drop was just a blatant drop to get out of trouble. It didn't look like he was attempting an attack.
And the difficulty was the weak one before, which they just thought, well, okay, that's borderline, we'll leave it.
Go, yeah.
And in the end, he was penalised for a one-sided grip.
Well, Davidoj goes through to the next round, second round of this under 66.
Who himself didn't look as though, you know, he dusted off the cobwebs completely.
Definitely.
So, and there's another one that went into golden score, 20 seconds later, done. So I'm not entirely convinced when I read things about, you know, this has happened or that has happened. I'd like to see a proper presentation of information that has been correctly analysed and, you know, properly looked at, where it says, you see, look at this, and this.
Yes.
And I don't think we've had it. I think it's a knee-jerk reaction from a few people who've said, you know, judo's this or
yeah, we're going back to the golden scores that we had the problem with back in 2012 at the Olympic Games, where there was more golden scores within that we'd ever recorded in any competition. But like you say, we're down to 4 minutes now, and especially when it's a straight knockout, athletes tend to just take their time. They become a little bit apprehensive. Neither one of them wants to make a mistake, hence they're much more cagier.
Right, coming on to mat number 1 now in the under 66 kilo category, Diogo Cesar of Guinea-Bissau. He's up against Walid Kaya of France. It's Cesar in the white judogi, Kaya in blue. Exciting fighter, the Frenchman. He's got his right foot almost sock-like strapped up, just the heel hanging out. He goes over there, though.
Yeah, he went over like a wee baby there.
Tell you what, Cesar caught him cold. Well, there'll be some action now.
I think totally underestimated is what comes to mind here.
He looked relaxed, didn't he? Did
Very.
Walid Kaya. In the end, that little Yogo Satemi was that Loretta spoke about did for him. Was Ari on the board with a little over 3 minutes left to go?
Well, it's a good start for Cesar. But I think we're going to see a change of pace here from the Frenchman.
Diogo Cesar is obviously very happy when on the ground. And I suspect that he may have some kind of, you know, background in BJJ or something along those lines.
There's a lovely Koichi there that he drops into the Niwaza, looking there for an opportunity. But again, another nice attack from Cesar, keeping that pressure on. As you can see, he tries to rotate his opponent over. He's coming under the chin. Okay, under a little bit of pressure now. 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. 1 score on the board. Okay, as he tries to throw that right hand over the top, gets pulled down and controlled nicely from Cesar. Tries an attempt of a drop under his opponent. Didn't look as convincing as the previous attacks that he's put in so far. Once more again, that right hand comes round the back from the Frenchman. Does the Kosota, comes round the back. Doesn't really want to mess around in the Niwaza. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Needs obviously that score. Well, tables have turned a little bit here, and Kaya piling a little bit more pressure, has gone into second gear now, and the pressure's been put on enough that we've seen the first Shido to Cesar.
Minute and a half left to go.
Kaya, as you can see, comes around the back. He's got a nice controlling grip there. Wasn't able to do much with it, but still a little bit extra pressure on his opponent. Kosota again from Kaya. Putting on that pressure, looking very strong out there indeed. With 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining in this contest. So he's taking his time. Seems to have had a bit of a bop on the nose there and started a bit of a nosebleed. And Kaya looking a little bit frustrated because he was in the zone there, as you could say. He was piling on the pressure. And now Cesar has got that opportunity to compose himself, get himself back into a position of control, as we've seen in the first minute of the contest where he picked up the first score and the only score that we have in this contest. Well, you can see then the body language there from Kaya. He's looking very frustrated, is pacing on the spot there, backwards and forwards, just wanting to get into this contest. He knows he's got a bit of an advantage here. He's starting to put the threat in, but he does know he's down a Uzari. Not always an easy thing to be out there in the middle of the mat and having to stay focused for a long period of time, and it does seem to be going on for quite some time. So it must be some sort of nosebleed that's not really able to cap at the moment.
Well, the medical station is 5 or 6 meters away from our commentary position. I'll just move out of the way so that Loretta can have a better look at the medical attention. It's in the left nostril. Perhaps that's too much information.
Possibly.
But that's where he's got the problem. And
well, he's seeking, well, he's getting good medical attention and support there. So, but he, as you can see now, he's just coming back on to the contest area.
The thing is, the only way that gets stopped, he just wandered off there. Sorry.
Well, Kaya is piling the pressure, driving his opponent off the mat. I thought he might have picked up a Judo there because he backpedaled and stepped right out. But a lovely attack brings this Oh, well, for me that was a little bit of 50-50 there. So
there's the suspicion that he doesn't complete this properly, you know.
Yes.
First round for men under 66 kilo, tatami 2.
Well, they don't seem to
they're
be
going to give it to him.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was the counter, and Kaya came in. Well, that pressure and persisted and came up trumps at the end. So Kaya goes through to the next round of this men's 66 kilo category.
We're going to stay on mat number 1. We'll continue with round 1 of the under 66 kilo category. Baruch Shmailov, of representing the International Judo Federation, faces Kodjiakbar Olimov of Uzbekistan. Shmailov in the white judogi, Olimov in blue.
In blue judogi for Uzbekistan, Kodjiakbar Olimov.
Well, Shmailov, a very experienced athlete. Looking very strong out there at this moment. This is the first match of Pool B. Well, Olimov really looking a bit apprehensive and backpedaling a little bit too much here. Shmailov there with the first grip, controlling his opponent's lapel quite nicely. Tries to change it to go over the top and then loses all contact, but there, as you can see, Uzbekistan picking up the first Judo for being too apprehensive and backpedaling a little bit there. Hasn't really got started in this contest, but there's a nice drop following through into the knee waza, looking for possibly a shimmy waza in that position. Very difficult to tell what's going on. Once again, the Uzbek trying to get his grip, but Shmailov looking the stronger of the two out there at this moment. Stepping across with the Osoto, but using the feet, but
nice left Osoto effort, failed that, and then the right Diashibare on the way down, or maybe Kosoto on the way down. It just didn't unsettle him. I was thinking, no, when that comes off.
It was a nice combination. The second of the attacks just didn't have a little bit of power behind it. It was too far. He overstretched on the Diashibare. Well, it's a bit of a waiting game between these two. Shmailov gets the stronger grip, comes in with Uchimata, loses it completely there, but second Shido now being awarded to the Uzbek. Olimov looking very challenged out there as Shmailov blocking quite nicely every time, but again another good attack. Opponent just falling onto the front, getting that turn rotation that it required by taking on that sleeve.
I like that signal.
I've not seen that one before.
How's your luck? Is that a new one?
Well, that's the first for me.
Yeah, Roland Poiger giving us the, I want to have a look at the television replay.
Hey.
We're going up market here.
Right, well that looked a very interesting move.
Yeah, I'm not absolutely, I mean, I'm not absolutely certain what's going on, so let me have a look at that on the replay. Hey,
very good signal to give.
First time. It's a first. Wazari. Cancel the Wazari. Okay. Well, at least we know one thing. Wazari was on the board, yes, and it's come off. Now, we don't know what the process was. We don't know how they looked at that. But we do know that that's what the referee wanted to look at, because he told us that.
Yes.
Now, normally they don't. They just say mate.
That's the first time I've actually seen that.
Same here.
Because normally that just comes through the earpiece, doesn't it?
Yeah, and only he gets that information.
Yes, but he's actually asking for it.
Yeah, but
the referee itself.
Yeah, and that was, and he, I don't know whether he accidentally or inadvertently communicated that with us and you at home, that's what you wanted to have a look at. I think it's a good idea. That was Zari. We're just going to have a look at that. And then they decided against it. Okay.
So we're back to no score at the moment with 13 seconds once more. It's looking like we're going into golden score.
Well, Limov has the 2 Shidos against him, as Loretta has already mentioned. And with only 8 seconds left to go, he's skating on thin ice.
Definitely. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki, and I'm not sure.
Right, now they've signalled Ippon.
Yes.
4, that last action. See, you know...
It's very hard to
exactly.
understand that now. Very
and now he wants to have another look at that.
That's it.
Let's take a look at that.
Sometimes you just feel that you'd like to be able to listen in on what's actually happening.
Yes.
With
very well put.
With the referee and the care system.
Yeah,
just to give us a bit of an insight of what's actually happening now.
Because
at this moment we're seeing the athletes out there, we've seen the referee that's getting some information, but it's not been shared.
And not the review, which eventually will go to make up the result of the contest. So don't worry, we will get there.
So the
Shmailov takes
the win.
And it could be that we will have our own little replay of whatever it was that gave him the ippon, if we can find it what it was. In the meantime, we shall introduce the upcoming fighters. Lasha Guinashvili of Georgia, Feldis Yeldos Zhumakanov of Kazakhstan. Guinashvili of Georgia in the white judogi, Zhumakanov in blue. Guinashvili and Zhumakanov.
Well, Zhumakanov there, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel, a little bit bent over there, trying to keep the distance between himself and his opponent. Guinashvili on the top there, looking a little bit sort of bewildered in that position. Didn't look like he was geared up for the Niwaza. But as you can see, the right hand starting to draw deeper over on the back from the Georgian. Step across there from the Kazakhstan for an attempt of a Tayatoshi, but without breaking his opponent's balance. Lovely drop Sianagi. Zhumakanov there with one of the strongest attacks so far in this contest, as he holds onto that sleeve, as you can see, with the right hand. His opponent's left sleeve is covered now, controlling it quite nicely as he's trying to step across. We've seen an attempt at the Tayatoshi and obviously the Sianagi as well, very low, but this time, as you can see, just left that shoulder behind a little bit too much. Didn't get the rotation required for the attack. But at this moment, Zhumakanov looking the stronger of the two opponents out there. Left hand crept over the top there, but totally dismissed by the Georgian. Guinashvili, very strong athlete, as come to expect from the Georgians. Very strong grips, very powerful athletes. As you can see, the Georgian wrapping the arm up quite nicely. Trying to step across, looking for an opportunity there to get those hips through. As you can see, he's also controlling the sleeve quite nicely as well. So there's an opportunity there missed from the Georgian. Took his time a little bit too much. Picked up the Shido for that bit of time wasting. It was strong grips but failed to attack. Zhimakhanov comes underneath again. A little bit of a gutsy move there as he rotated under his opponent, came out the back way and started to look for an opportunity in the Niwaza. Come back there from the Georgian once more, very powerful grips. Throws that right hand over the top, tries to come over and wraps his opponent's left arm, taking the right sleeve. It's 22 seconds remaining in this contest, and it's just a battle of the Shidos at the moment. Once more. What a lovely drop, Sianagi. Well, the Kazakhstan threatened that earlier on in the first minute of this contest, and this time secures the score of a Wazari, and also now looking to seal it with the Osakomi. Desperate attack and efforts there being made from the Georgian to try and get out the Osakomi, but nevertheless a great win there for the Kazakhstan.
First round, men under 60 kilo. In white judo for Hong Kong, low Martin. In blue judo.
So Zhimakhanov goes through to the next round of the under 66 kilo category.
The W1, first round, men under 66 kilo. In white judogi for Russia, Mikhail Ulyayev. In blue judogi for United Arab Emirates, Khalifa Al-Hossani.
Well, now we have representing Russia in the white gi, Pulyev, and he's up against United Arab Emirates, Al-Hossian, and he in the blue. Well, as you can see just now, Pulyev not looking that comfortable out there at this moment. Drew himself down into the ground. Al-Hossiani doing extremely well there as he piles the pressure on his opponent. Well, a great start from this young man for United Arab Emirates. On home grounds, obviously wanting to do well in this tournament, his own home grounds. Well, 3 minutes remaining in the contest. Once more. Al-Hossani really piling the pressure and seems to be taking a lot more control in the pace of this match, but picks up first Shido there. Well, it's the second Shido, I should say, for really being unaware of the edge of the mat. Really needs to sort that out. He's piled himself on a little bit of pressure there, which was unnecessary. The Russian now, as you can see, comes through into the Niwas. A nice bit of groundwork there. Huliev piling on the pressure, still trying to draw his opponent onto his back. As you can see, he's got that collar grip that's controlling the head quite nicely as he secures the Osakomi. And he's got the head wrapped under. You can see his left hand wrapping right around the neck, controlling there. which slows down the pace. So a great win with some very nice Niwaza. Goes to Puliev and Russia into the next round of the men's 66 kilo category.
The Dhabi one. First round, men under 66 kilo. In white judo for Hong Kong, Ma Hong-hee. In blue judo for Morocco, Imad Basu.
So now we have representing Hong Kong in the white, Mac, and representing Morocco in the blue gi, Basu. Well, this is the first round of the under 66 kilos, and we're into Pool B, which is the last match of Pool B. The winner of this will be with Puliev of Russia. Well, a great attack there from the Moroccan. Good start, Mac. Basu taking first Wazari. Basu really just trying to settle with his grip as he breaks off Mac's sleeve grip, and as you can see he's controlling it quite nicely there, which is putting the pressure on Mac quite a lot there. As you can see, he's defending on the hip to stop those hips drawing through for the Sianagi. The Moroccan coming over, as she was her attempt, breaking his opponent's balance and drops underneath the Sianagi, but again continuing to pile the pressure once more. Another attack on that Sianagi. Mac really under a lot of pressure right now. Doesn't seem to have much to come back from as his head's drawn down. Very strong right hand high collar grip there. And a Shido been awarded to Hong Kong. A lovely attack there once more, scoring. Looked to be a Wazari, but no score been put on the board as yet. But Osakomi, as he controls, trying to draw that shoulder onto his back flat, but a good attempt to escape from the Niwaza from Mac, but sadly not enough time. And with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, the win goes to Morocco. Basu, who goes into the next round where he will meet Puliev of Russia.
The Dhabi one. First round, men under 60 kilo. In white judo for France, Vincent Lima. In blue judo for Czech Republic, David Bukrarek.
So now we come to the men's under 60 kilos. 19 athletes participating in this weight category, and we are now with Lima representing France in the white gi. And Pulgrabek representing Czech Republic in the blue.
We've got the under 52 kilo category beginning down on number 2, and then we've got, after the next contest here on mat number 1. We've got another pool of the under 52 kilo category. So at some stage we're going to see it, irrespective of whether we stay here or we move on somewhere else.
Yes.
We're going to get to see some of the under 52 kilo category. What's happened with Limar then? Looks the worse for wear, doesn't he?
Yeah.
What was that about?
Looks like he just caught his thigh. Well, I don't think it was his knee. It didn't look that much of a twist, but I think the hip caught the impact on that one, but seems to be okay at the moment. Coach Gary there, stumble his opponent down into the Niwaza. Lovely turnover there he's attempting. Very strong indeed. Well, Limar really looking a bit apprehensive out there. He's got that lapel sleeve grip and trying to draw that down and his opponent onto him, but doesn't seem to be following it through other than just gripping up. He's controlling quite nicely, but doesn't have anything following it. Defended on that Cianagi. Once again, Limar is just breaking off the grips, controlling quite nicely. Pogrebek of Czech Republic's closest of throwing so far. Is the strongest attacks. As you can see, Limar is just as he goes back to the centre, he's limping a little bit there. He's picking up his first Judo, but something's just not happening at the moment for the Frenchman. Limar trying to draw his opponent off to that edge. Hips come in there. Pogrebek looking the stronger as far as the throws are concerned. He's a lot more attacks up on his opponent. Once more, Limar gets the first grip. He controls lovely with that lapel, but just doesn't seem to follow through with it. Trying to draw his opponent's lapel grip off him. Trying to keep that sleeve. His Temiwaza attempt there, but left himself a little bit vulnerable in the Niwaza. Not one of the most exciting matches we've seen so far, and Limar just really doesn't seem to be sparking out there at all. Playing a very sort of cautious game out here. He's always up for the first grip, controlling very nicely there, but doesn't seem to be following through much off the grips.
I think that injury, whatever it is really slowing him down.
Well, there's something going on, and it's round at the hip or knee area that he's struggling on the left-hand side. But he seems to be there. As you see him walk around, he doesn't seem to be limping.
He looked okay. I was having a good look there.
But on previous times, he's been limping. It's been catching. So whether it's something he's sustained here in this contest or something it's a an injury he's had for a long time. He's learning to cope with. It's very difficult to tell. Well, we're going in now to the golden score. There's only one Shido, 2 Limara on the board at this moment. It's from a slight disadvantage. Limara comes round the back. He draws his opponent down into the Niwas. They're looking for that opportunity down in the ground.
Almost got caught there.
Drops under his opponent there. Well, 25 seconds into golden score. Come up to that half a minute. Very difficult to see which way this is going to go. Most of the attacks have been done. Well, Paul Grabek has been the one that's had the throws in. He's attempted a lot of attacks out there. It's just been unfortunate he's not been any close to scoring on them. Limara has outgripped him throughout the contest. Very strong positioning at all times. Attempt of a drop Sianagi there. So a minute into golden score now.
The next contest on the number 2. The first round, women under 48 kilo. In white for Serbia, Milica Nikolic. In blue for Romania, Alexandra O.
Attempt of a, seemed to be a Taitoshi there. Grabek once more dominating on the attacks, just doesn't, it's not able to secure a good strong grip for it to be successful. Limara, as you can see, with the 2 hands on his opponent's sleeves under, close to the armpit. Once more, very powerful, but failing to follow through. Well, so far this contest has gone for 6 minutes now, and neither one of them look any closer to scoring. Both athletes starting to look a little bit weary out there, and this is where the mistakes will start to happen. Limara attempting a drop Sianagi there. So like I said, these athletes are starting to look very tired. Neither one of them really seems to have much to offer right now. And it's just a matter of a mistake or refereeing deciding enough's enough. Both have picked up a Shido piece now, so it's even. So the next Shido awarded to either one of them would cost them the match. But there's a lovely turnover. The Osakomi has been held. And Limara now looking closer to going through to the next round.
Couple of seconds and it will be a score. There you go. Doesn't really matter what happens now. He's got the win. Well, it was tough going
It was a hard
for
battle.
Limar. Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't look comfortable for some time out there. And as you can see, as he got up, a little bit of a limp once more. Looks to be more of a hip than anything else. But Limar goes through to the next round, the under 60 kilo category, where he'll be up against Diaz of the USA a little bit later on.
First round, women under 48 kilo, tatami 2. In white judogi for Hungary, Chernovitsky Iva. In blue judogi for Azerbaijan, Aisha Urbanli.
Right, coming up next on lap number 1, we can continue in the under 60 kilo category. And it will be Mohamed Rashnonezad of Iran to face Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. Rashnonezad in the white judogi, Kitadai in blue. Kitadai picked up a penalty for that false attack. It's not that much better, is it? Yeah, it was a better effort, that one.
The next contest on tatami 2. First round.
Nice turn here from Kitadai. He's in a bit of trouble having picked up 2 penalties.
In blue judogi for Portugal, João Diogo.
A little over a minute left to go. He eventually Manages to come up with a strong right-sided effort, almost catching Rashnonezad there. So it's Kitadai who's got the fire underneath him now, realizing another slip here and he could be out. Just beginning to look a little bit more commanding and almost coming up with the score there. A second strong effort here, and it's Rashnonezad now who is looking passive. Good effort on the left side from the Iranian in response to the two strong attacks. From Kitadai. Again, only onto his front. Well, we've had some excitement in the last minute. Both fighters going for it quite openly, looking to finish this on a positive note. Rashnonezad not looking to try and Shido out of the competition. Kitadai genuinely looking for the positive score. Must have been painful across the jaw. Rashnonezad not able to get the jacket underneath the chin to apply that shimiwaza. Half a minute of golden score gone. Tries his own little seoinage, but Kitadai feels that coming and blocks it. Uchimata. Again onto his front. Not able to control the sleeve that would have allowed him to pull Rashnonezad onto his back. Yeah, he's taking a bit of a whack to the nose there. They need to tidy that up. So Kitadai steps off for a bit of a clean-up, and as soon as that's done, then we'll be back on. Close battle, this one. Not sure which way this is going to go. So a little over a minute and a half left to go. No score yet. Rashnonizad has picked up 2 penalties. Kitadai 2. First score will win it. Still can't come up with the finish. Both fighters have attacked strongly with Morote Seanagi, or in the case of Rashnonizad, Ipon Seanagi, but neither have been able to come up with a finish.
The next contest on the two is first round women under 48 kilo. Please welcome in white judo, Rio de Janeiro Olympic champion for Argentina, Paula Barreto, and in blue for Belgium, Judo.
Yeah, that was a poor effort, I'm afraid. That looks as though that's going to do for the Iranian. Wasn't quite strong enough. Yeah, coach not happy with his player as opposed to not being happy with the result. He accepts the result. He's just unhappy with the action of his player, and he gets a bit of a berating on the way out.
First round, women under 52 kilo.
Right, what else have we got coming up for you? The under 52 kilo category coming up next. Yeah, we'll stick here and have a look at a round 1 contest in the under 52 kilo category between Oritia Gonzalez of Argentina. She faces Karolina Pienkowska of Poland. It's Gonzalez in the white judogi, Pienkowska in blue. Oh, she's had to tap out there. Oh dear. Pienkowska getting caught. Going to be angry with that one. Disappointment for Karolina Pienkowska. Surprised. Usually useful little fighter, but Oritia Gonzalez catching her on the ground. Okay, we move on. We've got the under 57 kilo category on that number 1 now. And the contest that we're going to see now is Margriet Bergstra of the Netherlands. She faces Soumia Iraoui of Morocco. It's Bergstra in the white judogi, Iraoui in blue. And it won't be long before we are in Morocco. We're going to be in Marrakesh for the World Open. I'll give you some information about that upcoming competition. Just battling away for a good position from which to launch an attack, and that was a good one from the Moroccan Iraoui. She dropped down left-sided for that Ippon Seoinage. Low on the left, came up with Wazari. Plenty of time left on the clock for Bergstra to come back with something. She showed a nice Uchimata a moment ago. What Iraoui really wants to do here is to limit the amount of time that she has to deal with Bergstra, who has, when she has both hands on her. Picked up the single Shido, a bit harsh in my opinion.
Second round, men under 66 kilo. In white judo for Georgia, this year world bronze medalist and former European champion.
Yeah, she really wants to break up this grip now, make it difficult for Bergstra to launch any attacks, although that was useful. 40 odd seconds left to go now. It's got to be clever here, not to come up with a false attack, and yet to avoid getting caught. Key really is to make sure that you've only got, that your opponent only ever gets one hand on, and as soon as you put both hands on, you come up with a good strong attack. It's easier said than done. But it looks as though Iraoui is going to take this one. Yeah, that'll do. That's a good win by Sumia Iraoui of Morocco. It takes her into round number 2, where she will face Anna Borowska of Poland. That'll be in round 2. We've got another under 57 kilo category contest coming up next, so stay with us. We're going to bring you that one.
The W1, first round, women under 57 kilo. In white judo for Hong Kong, Lung Monsungu. In blue judo.
Right, coming up next on mat number 1 in the under 57 kilo category, round 1, Leng Po Sum of Hong Kong. She faces Anastasia Konkina of Russia. It's Leng in the Liang in the white judogi, Konkina in blue. looking for the left uchimata. Konkina thought about a little combination with the ojigari and then shaped to go on the other side, but never really came up with an attack. Now Leung picks up a penalty for passivity. So second penalty picked up by Leung. A little over a minute left to go. Konkina hasn't been able to execute her left uchimata. Not as yet. There's still time for Konkina to get to the point where she's the finished article. Hasn't quite gotten there yet. Looked slightly annoyed by Leung's holding on to her for a little bit longer. Just needs to remain focused and do what she does well. Get back to concentrating on throwing rather than any kind of annoyance in here. See, it's not really committed. That last one was. Yeah, the first little stab at that was safety first, and then she eventually decided to launch. Came up with a good finish, and she threw Leung for ippon. Right, Konkina into the next round. She'll face Jovana Rogic of Serbia in round 2. We're going to get our first look at the under 48 kilo category now. It just so happens that it's another Russian. This time it's Sabina Giliazova of Russia. She faces Marusa Stanger of Slovenia. It's Giliazova in the white judogi, Stanger in blue. The winner of this, by the way, will face Odgoncetic Galbadrak, the #1 seed from Kazakhstan. Unfortunately not. Well, my only question, well, I've got several questions about that last exchange there, and the last one was why the mate after when they went into Newaza. There was no reason for me. She could have arm locked her there. Oh well. Big attempt at Makikomi there, but it really was not the best of positions. Couldn't drag her away. Much too far to drag her opponent from. The distance was too great. Well, she's caught her once with the Osotogari. Why not a second time? Still the Wazari lead for Gilyazova. I do want to have a look at that exchange into Newaza.
Second round for men under 66 kilo, Dhabi 2. In white judo for Russia, Abdullah Abdul Shalilov. In blue judo for Mongolia, Gambo Khirlen.
40-odd seconds left for Stanger to come up with a tying score, or a winning score. She picks up a penalty instead. Searching over on that right side, another Osotogari effort from Gilyazova. No, not quite enough, I'm afraid. The single score of Wazari for Sabina Gilyazova of Russia was enough for her to get past Marusa Stanger of Slovenia. It'll be Gilyazova who we'll see in the next round, which is straight into the quarterfinal. Right, well, we've got another Russian coming up, and that's three in a row that we'll have seen. We saw Anastasia Konkina win her under 57 kilo category contest. We've just seen Gilyazova winning out over Marusa Stanger of Slovenia. It'll be in the under 48 kilo category now. Irina Dolgova to face Monica Ungaranu of Romania. Dolgova in the white judogi, Ungaranu in blue. Here's Loretta again. Oh, just as coffee arrives. We shall leave Loretta for a moment, and I'll keep going with Dolgova and Ungaranu. Both fighters have picked up penalties. It's not the most attractive of starts, but Ungaranu is an exceptionally difficult fighter. Dolgo, one of my picks to do something in London, didn't quite work out. In Rio, to do something in Rio, didn't quite work out that way. But now maybe she can do something. So here's Loretta then.
Yes, I'm back. It's like a maze as soon as you go off the stage to go around to find things. But interesting anyway. Warm-up area is starting to look very feisty out there indeed. But Dolgova of Russia in the white. Ungaranu of Romania in the blue. And it's a very close match indeed, with 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Neither one of them so far able to move in front, both picking up a Shido apiece. It's been a very tough match out there so far. Ungaranu in the European Championships this year took a bronze medal, along with a bronze in Dusseldorf. So has had some great performances throughout, but picks up her second Shido right now. So that's going to pile a little bit of pressure on herself. Unnecessary at the moment, with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining in this contest. Still a long way to go, and down 2 Shidos. As we know, one more would result in the Hon Sakamaki, a disqualification. Dolgova, very strong in the grip. She drops in for the Sianagi. As you can see, that long reaching arm there of the Romanian, causing her a few little problems there, but she's trying to rotate her opponent in the Niwaza. Still able to overcome the height of the Romanian at this moment. Dolgova in the World Championships this year picked up the 5th place, and back in 2015 won the Grand Slam here in Abu Dhabi. So she's very familiar to being on that rostrum here in Abu Dhabi, and she'll be hoping to get back on this year. So it's 1 Shido to 2 at this moment. The Russian have the advantage with 1 less Shido than her opponent. So this is for a place in the quarterfinals of the under-48s. 15 athletes participated here today in this weight category. And some very strong athletes indeed, from Olympic medalists, world medalists, an array of quality of athletes. So the final seconds of this contest remaining, and it's looking very much golden score, and there we have it. So the Romanian with 2 Shidos. We know 1 more would obviously lose the match, so the advantage is to the Russian. She can afford to pick up 1 Shido in this golden score, which then evens the match up. And as expected, Dolgova advancing onto her opponent. Ungaranu using full advantage of the height that she has throws that left hand over the top, breaks her opponent down into the Niwaza and starts looking for an opportunity there. You can see she's got the Sangaku legs wrapped around her opponent, and now it's trying to rotate her over onto her back. Still a little bit loose there in the legs, so not as effective as she would hope it'd be. Well, it bonds. No Goshi attempt there from the Russian, but really a little bit unorthodox, and sort of left herself in a very awkward situation there. She didn't have the power generating through the attack. So just coming up to a minute and a half in golden score. So 5.5 minutes these ladies have been out there battling away for a place in the quarterfinal. Mogova there as the Sangaku turn as she tries to rotate her opponent over, looking the stronger of the two at this moment, more positive and engaging in this contest. As she tries to work that leg out, she looks as if she's got the upper body control. How strong, I'm not sure, but as you can see, the Romanian holding on quite tightly there to try and defend as much as she possibly can. So we're into the second minute of this contest. 6 minutes these ladies have been battling away. Neither close enough to go through to that next round, but there we have the third and final Shido being awarded to the Romanian. Ungureanu sadly picks up that last and final Shido, but Dolgova takes a place in the quarterfinals of the under 48s.
Made her work for it though, didn't she?
Oh, it was a very close match indeed.
It's not what you want first thing in the morning. To be detained in the opening round. But, you know, I said at the beginning that Ungureanu was going to prove a tough hurdle to leap. And so it turned out. How does the rest of the draw look for the 48 kilo category? Galbadrak at the top of the draw will face Giliazova. Dolgova to face the winner of the upcoming contest now, and that's between Shira Rishoni, representing the International Judo Federation. She faces Aziza Shakir of Morocco. We've already seen one Moroccan in the under 52 kilo category knock out her opponent. Well, I suspect that Rishoni is going to prove a little bit more difficult. A useful fighter. Her teammate Noah Minska has already gone out in Pool D, that 52 kilo category contest that I was talking about. Who was that between them? Oh, sorry, it was 57. My mistake. It was the under 57 kilo category. It was Margriet Bergstra of the Netherlands who fell to Sumia Iraoui of Morocco in the opening round. So not 52 but 57. Let's see how Rishoni gets on.
Well, Rishoni is always, for me, she's a wee dynamo. She's a real fighter out there and gives it her all each time she competes, and quite an impressive athlete indeed. Very determined. In Baku this year, took a bronze medal, and also in the Grand Slam and in Grand Prix in Antalya took the silver medal, and in Tashkent the gold in the Grand Prix. So she's had a very impressive year so far. Shakir representing Morocco
Second round for men under
in the African
60
Championships,
kilos.
picked up the bronze medal.
In white judo for Spain, Francisco Garrigos. In blue judo for
And has given a good account of herself out there, piling a little bit of pressure down there in the Niwaza. Rishoni just defending quite nicely there. Doesn't seem to be under too much threat, but still the Moroccan trying to stay in this contest and being a real contender against a very competent athlete with such a strong track record. Well, Rishoni, as you can see, with that left hand on the lapel, she drops through into the Sianagi. Lovely finish of a technique there. Steps right across, more or less the Siotoshi finish, as you've seen there, scoring upon, and that was a nicely executed technique and a very convincing win indeed that takes her through into the quarterfinal, where she'll be up against a little bit later on with Gogova representing Russia.
the 31, second round, men under 66 kilos. In white judo representing International Judo Federation.
So now we're going to be coming up to the 66 kilo category, where we have the number 1 seed coming up very shortly on our screens. And we have Tai Flicker, who's the number 1 seed, ranked number 2 in the world at this moment, and currently world bronze medalist. Shershan, as we saw earlier on, defeating Van Gazbeck of Belgium, which was a very good performance to take him into the second round. So this will be a very challenging match here for Flicker. 31 competitors in this weight category, so it's no easy feat to get through to a medal place here today in this Abu Dhabi Grand Slam. As we know, Shershan took a gold medal back in 2014 here in the Grand Slam. So very familiar to being on the rostrum here in Abu Dhabi, as well as first place there back in 2014. In 2015, Masters Morocco champion and a Grand Prix in Budapest silver medalist. So he is known to be a medal contender and a medalist at a very high level, but he has got his work cut out for him against Tai Flicker, who's here representing the IJF here in the white. What a lovely Ashiwaza attempt there, breaking his opponent's balance. Shershan well, the Belarusian really finding it uncomfortable there. As you can see, he's controlling Flicker's controlling that sleeve, which he doesn't look very happy with. That left sleeve in control as he tries to throw the left hand, but the Oso Tagari's there from Thai Flicker, as he frustrated him into making the ultimate mistake as he steps back to try and free the left sleeve. Well, the first Judo's been awarded, but to Shershan, so he now really has to start engaging a little bit more into this contest, but that's the second one he's picked up, so now piles even more pressure on himself. One more results in a hand sokumaki disqualification. So we can't afford to make any more mistakes here in this contest with just under a minute remaining. Flicker there, as you can see, with the left hand high on the collar, controlling quite nicely, taking his time, but piling a lot of pressure on his opponent. But looks very comfortable and very composed out there.
Second round for men under 60 kilo.
Well, he's dominated this match throughout these 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. As he comes through again for another drop, Sianagi. Belarusian tries to counteract that by coming into Sutemi Waza and drawing his opponent down into the Waza. Wasn't very successful, but nevertheless got himself out of a bit of trouble. But he's just got to be careful. Again, that negative attack, dropping himself on his back, most probably has cost him another Shido, which means that'll be the third and final one he'll receive. And giving the win there to Thai Flicker and a place in the next round, which will put him into the quarterfinals. So Shershan there looking very disappointed, most probably in himself more than anybody else, but the win, and a very convincing win throughout this whole contest, was Thai Flicker. He didn't look like he was going to be in any trouble throughout the whole contest, and takes himself into the quarterfinals of the under 66 kilo category. And he'll be up against the contenders of the next match coming up very shortly.
Second round for men under 66 kilo. In white judo for Mongolia, the former Asian champion, and in blue judo for France, former European champion in under 60 kilo.
So now we have Davijoj representing Mongolia in the white, and he's up against Kaya representing France in blue. Davijoj, 136 out of 183 wins. A very impressive track record indeed. Had a bye. Davijoj defeated the Azerbaijan in the first round. Babazada. And Kaya had a bit of a challenging match where he was up against Daigo Cesar. A little bit of a wake-up call for Kaya in his first round. He started off very slow indeed, and he found himself in the first minute and a half on the receiving end of a Wazari, and had to do a lot of chasing to get back. Oh, lovely tire tosh there from Davijoj. Beautifully executed, very upright and strong. Okay, there, as you see, tries the cross grip, throws that arm over the top. Doesn't connect and controls it as well, but a gutsy move, showing that he wants to desperately engage and control this match. But I think he's got his work cut up with the Mongolian. Well, Davijoj picks up the Wazari, but he also picks up a Shido along with Kaya, who picks up the other Shido.
Does Davijoj look as though he's woken up then?
He's starting to a little bit more feistier out there. He's controlling this match very comfortably, and but Kaya He's engaging a lot more. As we remember in his first match, he went down a Wazari in the opening minute of the contest against Caesar. And I think that was a little bit of a shock for him. He was got a little bit of a different side of the Frenchman in this match. But he is struggling somewhat with Davidoj. Davidoj, as he throws that right hand over, looks very strong indeed when it connects. And now is looking to have that rotation over in the knee waza.
Nice. Just got the leg out. A
very clever move. He went one way and switched it to the opposite side. Totally fooled his opponent on which direction he was going. And Kaya fell for it and left himself open. Now he's got the Chujikatami he's looking for.
Every way that he goes, he's got something trapped. Good. That was good work on the ground from the Frenchman.
Yeah, Kaya did extremely well to get out of that difficult situation. For a while there, I thought it was all over and done with.
Well, he had a couple of stabs at that, didn't he?
I think the mistake there that Davidoj made, he changed too many times. He should have just persevered with one. And if he'd gone for the hold, it would have been fine. As soon as he switched for that arm lock, it all went horribly wrong for him.
He was absolutely, as Loretta said, much better off looking for the Osai Waza there. To change to, for the Kansetsu Waza was always going to be difficult. He had to let go of a strong position to try to work a weaker position.
Yes.
And it then fell apart. Anyway, he used up a good amount of time.
Well, the clock's ticking away, and he's got just over a minute remaining in this contest. A Shido apiece, but one Wazari, which is what's the most important. That score on the board there for Davidoj. We've seen Kaya come back from that position in the previous match, and but this time he's up against a tougher opponent.
No. It's now is Walid Kaya giving the
He's trying to give the referee a lesson.
The instructions here, because that's another thing. You know something? I was going to say I'm getting old. I must be getting old. I am old, because there's certain things that really get me now. And he's got one side.
And really
holding on. Yeah.
Well, both of them have there at that time, and so neither one of them were doing it, but. I believe that Davidoj did exactly the same. It was a cross grip.
Let's see how. Well, it's important to see how it got there. How did he get there?
Well,
so that was the force attack, and that's out of order anyway.
Yeah. Well, there's the first Shido there for the drop. Well, there's a block, as you could see on the hip.
It does attack him, yeah.
But no, he is cross grip. Deserves Shido there.
Kaya's got to calm down here. He loses focus.
Well, this is what you call the ultimate pressure. He's now looking for an alternative way of winning this. He's trying to steal it rather than win it. He knows he's under the pressure. He knows he really doesn't have too much strength against Davidoj. As you can see, the grip, that blocks there, and Davidoj has got to be careful there. He's got two Shidos, and he's pushing out on that hip. One more would result in the Hansokumaki. The referee didn't see that, but that was a very dangerous game the Mongolian played at that last seconds of that contest. But Davidoj goes through to the next round, the quarterfinals of the 66 kilo category.
Yeah, well, it's an unfortunate exit for Kaya because it's out of the competition. He was up against one of the best in the world.
Well, the next match coming up for a place in...
Handshake.
For a place in the semi-final will be Flicker and Davidoj.
He doesn't bow when he walks off the mat either.
Well...
I am old. I'm really sorry for those of you at home if I annoy you, but there's certain parts of etiquette.
Well, that's what it's about, isn't it? It's about respecting each other and sportsmanship.
Yeah, I know it's hard to hold it together, and I know really experienced players will say, you don't know what it's like to be fighting at that level, and it
yes,
means
we do.
everything to you and everything. And well, I don't, but Loretta certainly does.
Mm.
And I bet she was managed to keep a lid on it. I know.
Definitely. Well, the sad thing about with that previous match, was that it was quite obvious who the stronger opponent was. And Kaya really was trying to steal, at the latter stage of that contest, was trying to steal it rather than win it.
Yeah.
And he was, as well as showing the referee how to do his job, which is a complete no-no, because you want the referees on your side, you don't want to alienate any of them. And by trying to teach them how to do their job is not the way forward. But hopefully he'll learn by those lessons when he looks back and reflects on that performance, that there's other things that he could have done that might have actually brought him through into the next round, but he failed to do that, and that was keep his composure and be professional.
On the mat now is Baruch Shmailov, representing the International Judo Federation. He faces Yeldos Shumakanov of Kazakhstan. Shmailov in the white judogi, Shumakanov in blue.
Well, Shumakanov fought extremely well in the previous match against Gunaj Nashvili of Georgia. That was a really tough round, and I'm not sure if it'll have taken a lot out of him into this second round, but Shmailov is a very strong opponent, and he eased through to the second round, defeating Olimov of Uzbekistan. Didn't have many problems in that first match, and see how he performs against in this one. Shmailov there, as you can see, with that left hand high, controlling quite nicely. The Kazakhstan working extremely well, and the Sutemi Waza into the knee Waza there. Both looking very powerful and determined. Shumakov there, looking a lot more engaging in this contest at this moment. Takes the first grip there, Shmailov comes over with the Osota, lovely attack. It was unfortunate not to pick up a score. Oh, lovely Kosota, scoring a Wazari there for the Kazakhstan, as he now follows through into the Niwaza. Looking for the opportunity there in the Shimiwaza, and it's on. Just now piling a bit more pressure. Well, sadly, the head slipped through, and he lost a great opportunity down to finishing this contest early. Zhumakov there. Looking to seek medical attention. I think he's just got a cut on the finger or something, but needs that tidied up. Well, better opportunity for both athletes to compose themselves and get off the contest area. Not always easy when one athlete's left there to think and keep his thoughts to himself, but as you can see,
they both needed a bit of attention, didn't they?
I think one was a tidy up.
All right, okay.
Yeah. Zhumakov, he was the one that I think was bleeding in the hand, but they needed a bit of a clean up for Shmailov. Well, the referee not happy with the coach, and because the coaching was done while the contest was in play, he's now sent out of the arena, and coaches know that rule very well, and still become overexcitable. Clips come through, Shmanov there, lovely attack. Still finds himself trailing with the Wazari, and 13 seconds remaining in the contest. Well, that was a very convincing win there for the Kazakhstan. Zhumakov there goes through to the quarterfinals of the under 66 kilos. And he'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. And that's with Puliev of Russia in the white, and Bosun representing Morocco in the blue.
The number 2 second round for women under 52 kilo. In white judogi representing International Judo Federation, Yumi Cohen. In blue judogi for Portugal, Leandro
Puliev placed 9th in the world ranking to his opponent at 47. Very similar in height. Both favouring techniques of Sinagi and Dioichi Gari. So nice, some lovely techniques, head-to-heads. Neither one of these guys have actually competed against each other, but a very impressive 101 wins out of 33 overall. So a nice track record for Puliev. And as you would say, on paper looks the stronger of the two athletes, but as we've seen already in this competition, that always doesn't seem too much to go by, and it's all about the performance on the day. And as you have Puliev there looking for the Niwaza Sangaku turn. A good start, very strong, convincing control of this contest. As of Morocco. With a great performance in his first round, defeating the Mak Hongning of Hong Kong in the first round. And Puliev started a little bit ropey in the first minute of his first match against Al-Zozani of United Arab Emirates, who had a great contest up against a very strong opponent, but made a good account of himself in that contest. Controlled very nicely in the opening rounds, the first minute or so in the contest. Definitely some potential there for United Arab Emirates. Well, Puliev is controlling quite nicely with the grips. As you can see, he has that lapel grip. But there you have an attempt there from the Moroccan with that Juji Katami as he Lovely Oso Tagari for Ippon. Well, that is an absolute turn up for the books. Who would have actually imagined that happening? The Russian, I don't know what he was thinking of, but it's cost him dearly for thinking nothing at that split opportunity that the Moroccan had. Basu, that Oso Tagari takes him for the Ippon through to the next round. Well, that was a massive surprise. Somebody who's 3 times world silver medalist goes over with such ease. So now we have coming up Papinashvili representing Georgia in the white, and Ben David representing IJF in the blue. On paper, obviously, Papinashvili, a lot of matches under his belt, a lot of experience to this athlete from Georgia. And this is in the under 60 kilo category for men. Papinashvili, number 1 seed in this weight category, 19 athletes participating. 10 Grand Slam medals under his belt. Papinashvili, very consistent athletes throughout. This is the first match for both these athletes. Had a bye in the first round. We'll see an Aggie attempt there from Ben David. Totally dismissed by Papinashvili. The right hand there around the arm of Ben David. Looks very strong, controlling as he slips it up above the head. Trying to control the pace of Ben David, slowing it down until he actually gets a little bit of control in the Kimikata. Ben David attempts a Sianagi attempt there, countered by Papinashvili. But just playing a little bit too much of a waiting game, and picks up the second Shido, and he's got to be careful. 2 minutes remaining in this contest, and 2 Shidos already to Papinashvili. 1 more would result in a hand sakamaki, and what a disappointment that would be for not only the Georgian team, but for, on papers, the number 1 seed here today in this contest. Well, Ben David again with the drop Sianagi, comes across the arms, a lovely bit of Niwaza. Good awareness on where he was in the ground there. Capitalizes and piles extreme pressure on his opponent. Well, Papinashvili really does need to do some homework now. We've got the Osota scoring an Ippon just with 1 minute and 14 seconds. Well, he left that a little bit tight indeed, and we were all a little bit worried there for someone who's so consistent in his performances. But that shows you the caliber of athlete he truly is, that although under so much pressure, seems to be able to take his time, and when he does get the opportunity attack, he makes sure it counts.
The next contest on Tatami 1, second round for men under 60 kilo. In white judo for United States of America, Adonis Diaz. In blue judo
So now we have coming up Diaz of the United States of America in the white, and representing France, Lima in blue. Morotigari, Diaz favours. Well, it looks like the American's up for this as he advances all the time onto his opponent. No messing around as he tries to cross grip and throws that left hand over the top. Lima, we saw in his previous match, looked it was an uncomfortable match for him. He didn't look to be firing on all cylinders and looked a little bit too laid back. We weren't sure whether he was carrying an injury at that time, because there was a couple of opportunities where we watched him going back to the centre of the mat where he was limping. Whether it's where you can see now he's actually got a strapping on that left leg, so maybe that was what the problem was, but it definitely didn't do his performance any good in the first round. He just got through and no more into this second round. Well, the Americans have started off very well indeed, very positive approach to this contest. Lima always taking that one or two steps back, and Diaz forward in and following all the time, chasing, but finds himself with a Shido on the board.
The next contest on tatami 2, second round for women under 52 kilo. In white judo before Romania.
Well, again, another Shido has been awarded, but one apiece, which again puts Diaz this time in a lot of pressure. With two Shidos, and we know what happens if he gets the next one, but not with 1 minute, just under 2 minutes remaining. It's a long time to go. So he's got to be very careful in how he performs the next couple of minutes. And we know the French are very good at tactically fighting in their matches, and he will know that the advantage is in his favour. But the American battles away here as he throws that left hand over the top. Attempts the Uchimata, but totally misengaged that leg. He comes in for a Sianagi. You see he now finds himself in the Niwaza, but defends quite nicely down there, but still doing a little bit more, looking a lot more busier out there than his opponent Lima of France. Once again, not a great performance from the Frenchman. He's really struggling, but there, once more, Sianagi. Good aerial awareness from Lima as he spins out the latter stage of that technique. Well, just over half a minute remaining in this contest. Diaz has really battled away in this contest, looking the more positive out there. Lima is looking at the experience, but really has struggled not only in his first match, but is also starting to struggle again in this one.
Donny needs to take Lima into golden score. The longer he keeps Lemar on the mat, the
Yes.
better it is for him. He's young, strong, fit, healthy, the American boy. Just as Loretta has quite rightly pointed out, slightly less experienced than Lemar is. And that really comes down to the fact that Lemar has got far greater opportunities to compete against high-quality competitors in that weight category in the region that he comes from. So first of all, he's got his national group, and with the greatest of respect to, you know, Adonis in the United States of America, you're not going to get that depth of competitor at 60 kilos in the United States of America that you're going to get in France. And then, of course, simply the geographical location of France in Europe, and access to tournaments and everything like it, and without a doubt funding as well, because when you look on the scale of things, the sum of money that goes into, you know, France and investment in judo and places like INSEP and what have you, you know, Lemar's been exposed to that from the year dot.
So when you talk like that, you'd say, well, this would be a bit of a mismatch. But what do you think of all the sort of the struggles and the negatives as far as to getting to this level? Diaz is doing brilliantly out there against Lemar.
So what you've got is, when you look at someone like Adonis Diaz, you've got real talent, a real prospect, a young man who, if he can stay injury-free and focused, you know, may yet do something at this weight category for the USA.
Well, he's got a heart of a lion out here in this contest. He has given it all the way, right from the beginning. Control. He's shown his maturity, because halfway through the contest, 2 minutes down, and he was two Shidos against him. And he managed to maintain that and still drive forward. But as you can see, he was a little bit unlucky there. He was the arm lock that was on, and be very careful down there, because this is where the Frenchman can work well and has experience. But well, they're just going to dress these two athletes up, which sometimes gives you the warning that there's going to be a Shido being awarded, and the third one for either one of them is the Hansokumaki. But we're in the golden score, so it doesn't matter either way.
What happened was Adonis couldn't come back with an attack after the third effort from Lemar. 2 standing attacks from the French boy, and then the Newaza effort there, and that was enough for them to decide that he'd been passive.
And there's the third and final one, and sadly for Diaz, out.
And he was one of the extra names that I mentioned this morning to look out for, you know, to say if he could just get past into the second round, Lemar, it would have to be either Lemar or Pulkabek. It turned out to be Lemar. If he could just get past Lemar, he would then be up against Amiram Papinashvili. Okay, that would be a bridge too far, but we'd then see him in the repechage. And if he could win his repechage contest, we might see him in the bronze medal match, and you never know where that goes.
Exactly.
None of that worked out.
Well, it's sad. I know it's an absolute shame, because based on performance in that contest, he deserved to go through.
Right. Well, we'll get him up here in a short while. We're gonna move quickly now to mat number 2, because on mat number 2 it is the current Olympic champion, Rafaela Silva of Brazil. She faces Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. It's silver in the white judogi, Kowalczyk in blue. Yeah, that didn't work out, but what we could do is to get Adonis Diaz up here and have a chat with him.
Well, there's Rafael Silva, Olympic champion in Rio, picking up the first Shido. Number 2 seed in this competition against Dossien, who is the Olympic silver medalist. And what a quality of athletes participating, 19 in total in this weight category. But takes the lead with the Wazari.
The Dhabi won second round for women under 60 kilo. In white judo for Russia, in judo for Brazil, 6-time Pan-American champion, Felipe.
Well, 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this contest. Silva leading with the Wazari. Also picked up a Judo earlier on. A nice attack there from Kurowski, representing Poland there in the blue. Kurowski in the Grand Slam in Baku this year took a bronze medal, and last year Junior European Championships was a bronze medalist. So a young up-and-coming athlete, but hitting some very good benchmarks here in the Grand Slams and Grand Prix. And as we know, Rafael Silva, as Kurowski there desperately tries to turn her opponent over, and as we know that Polish athletes are very feisty down in the ground, very technical. Well, Kurowski there is just trying to break away that grip, and very unorthodox style of fighting from Silva as she draws her opponent over her chest, steps across into that makukomi, which is very effective. And just under a minute remaining in this contest. Kurowski there, as you can see, has got that belt grip, comes through with the hips. Giving a good performance out here. Kurowski is against a very tough opponent.
Yeah, the difficulty for Julia Kowalczyk is that had she gotten past Silva, I mean, I know we've still got time on the clock, but after that, it would be the winner of Thelma Montero and Amelie Stoll. I mean, you couldn't hope for a tougher draw.
19 athletes in there, and you could pick out every single one of them and say, well, do you know what, they've all got a chance out there. They've all got something special about them, and they've had some outstanding performances. There's not going to be an easy match at all for anybody out here today in this weight category.
Last few seconds ticking away. Rafaela Silva, the current Olympic champion, is going to take this one from the youngster Julia Kowalczyk, who's still making her way up the ranks in Poland.
Yes.
Far less in the world, and I'm really lucky to be involved in this sport, but I'm doubly lucky not to have been a referee or top draw fighter or coach. And the reason for that is those three tasks in judo require incredible strength or concentration, all sorts of stuff. I don't have that, and I definitely don't have what it is to make a high performance coach, because I've just spoken to Adonis Diaz, walked him through the complete fight and said what the pluses are and what he was up against and everything. He said, oh, thanks so much, it was absolutely, you know, great what you said and everything, and I wanted to cry. I felt so sorry for him. He came out here with no coach, spent his money to come out here, all sorts of things, and he ends up losing out in that fight. I couldn't do that week in, week out.
No, it's heartbreaking when you see the determination and the effort these athletes. You only see the final result at the end of the day in the contest, but it's that build-up, the months that they spend and the funding, everything that goes to bringing him here. And sadly, he had a bye in the first round and then lost his second. So
and because I'm not good at that, and I know Loretta is, I'm going to let Loretta chat with Adonis Diaz when he comes and he sits in here, because Loretta knows about coaching at high level. So I'm going to leave her to do that.
It still doesn't stop you from wanting to burst into tears for them. It makes it harder because you just see them day in, day out, and you just feel for them even more.
We're going to pay attention to the contest on mat number 2 at the moment between Thelma Monteiro of Portugal. She is up against Amelie Stoll of Germany. It's Monteiro in the white judogi, Stoll in blue, and Thelma Monteiro has picked up the single Shido. We've got a little over 3 minutes left to go, and here is Loretta again.
Thank you, Sheldon. Right, this is one that we would expect a real battle between these two ladies. One with that real maturity, and that's Monteiro, but my goodness, she matures like a fine wine. She gets better as the years go on. And Amelia Stoll, we have seen her and her sister out on this circuit many a time and in those medals, so it's a delight. And whoever goes out is in that position that they're out of the tournament, so there's no coming back.
Down on,
unfortunate.
Down on mat number 1, you've got Erica Miranda of Brazil up against Oretia Gonzalez of Argentina. That one is just getting underway, but these are both round 2 contests, so we can stay here and see how Monteiro gets on. We'll no doubt get a chance to see Miranda a little bit later.
Well, Monteiro there, as you can see, with that left hand on the lapel, controls quite nicely and is just waiting for that ultimate mistake that she's tempting Stoll to go for that koji or step across, so Monteiro can do the Ashiwaza and catch her off that left side. But made a bit of a mistake there, finds herself in the Niwaza position and not on and on the receiving end rather than giving. Amelia Stoll, European Open last year gold medalist, and Junior European Cup back in 2015 silver.
Speaking of silver, Rafaela Silva won her contest a couple of minutes ago, and she's stuck around to have a look at, well, you can take your pick. She's either looking at her teammate Erica Miranda on mat 1, she's standing closer to mat number 1, or she stayed around to look at Thelma Monteiro. Which one do you reckon it is?
I think she's doing both, to be honest. If it was me putting in that, I'd say, right, well, you're hoping your teammate wins, but you want to make sure you know exactly what you're in for your next match. And these are 2 very strong opponents, so really she has to watch this match. I think by the time she gets back to the warm-up area, the so she might have an opportunity to watch this match, so for her sticking around there.
Miranda has just won her contest on mat number 1, so if Miranda bows off and walks past Rafaela Silva, who stood
and
about
she's still there, so she's obviously watching
meters,
match.
So if she walks past her, then we know that she's stuck around to watch Monteiro. However, if they walk off together, we'll give her the benefit of the doubt, say she was just looking at her mate.
Yeah, which I would say silly. So just under a minute remaining in this contest, but there's still no score.
Well, the third option has happened. They both stand in there.
We're going to have the whole Brazilian team at the corner of that mat, number 1. So.
Blast, Catwoman, I hadn't thought of that one. They're both standing there. But now it's Miranda looking at her next opponent. Down on mat number 1, it's Johanna Ramos of Portugal, she's up against Anja Stanger, whichever way you look at it. Well, it could be. If the two Portuguese win, then it will be the two Brazilians versus the two Portuguese.
Yeah, look at that.
Won't have any trouble with the language then.
One attempt of the Ochigari,
I
the
tell
lovely
you.
attack. Stoll gets the... Now, that should have been a score.
Come on, I like that.
It was an
Ochigari.
Ochigari, and she caught her, but it was just the landing we didn't really get a good look at.
I like... I'm sorry, mate. I'm
Ochigari, I thought it was in.
I'm not even... Yeah,
Yes.
I wasn't even thinking about whether it
But
was a
it's-
score or not. I was thinking about whether it was worth something more.
But they've given it to the wrong side at the moment.
Yeah, they'll change that. They'll change
Yes,
that.
well, they've changed it now, and well, this is a little bit of a change now. Change the dynamics of this contest. Amelia Stoll now leads with a Wazari, and rightly so with that lovely Ochigari we've just seen. Just caught Montero cold. She was, I don't know what she was thinking there. She just froze, and
She's gone, mate.
with just seconds to go, that's it. Amelia Stoll couldn't have timed that any better.
Absolutely top draw win.
That was a very good win there for this young lady from Germany.
Well, there won't be an all Portuguese speaking next round, will there? Because
Definitely not.
one has fallen.
As I would say, another one bites the dust. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Loretta's on form today.
Yeah. Well, we're looking back on those. That Ochigari, oh, so close to being Ippon.
It could have been Ippon.
Could have been.
Could have been
The
Ippon.
only
Maybe she'd lost contact with the leg, but there was enough to have her rocking.
Yeah.
Good control, flat on her back.
I
Anyway,
think the initial landing
yeah,
was to
yeah.
the side for the Wazari, but so close it could have been.
Judo for Canada. 2017 Untitled Champion Jessica Klimke.
whilst we're having a sneak look at that win, Jessica Klimke of Canada has taken to the tatami. They just turn and then Stoll gets that right leg in, hooks, pushes back. I think that's 10, mate.
That is so close, isn't it?
I think
That is so close. I wouldn't have liked to have been the referee to call that one, but if I was, it would have been Ippon.
I like it. Right, who have we got on the tatami now then? Daria Skepnik is up against Jessica Klimke. Jessica Klimke of Canada in white judogi faces Daria Skepnik of Belarus in blue. There's no score, and we've just had the first 30 seconds or so. So a little bit of a turn up for the book.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Montero going out.
That was well. When we say a surprise, it wasn't really. You have Stoll. She's a very impressive fighter, and she's got so much determination and that youth behind her. She's got nothing to lose, has she? She'll go out and give it 100%. Where Montero, she's a lot more of a mature athlete, and I'm quite sure she's getting to that stage. She'll have those highs and lows, and on a good performance it's expected, on a bad performance it's like, oh, wow, big shock. So she's got everything to lose.
Klimke leads here by a single Wazari.
And a lovely Marotti Sianagi there.
Yeah. She has displayed that ever since she was a cadet. She won the Cadet World Championships.
And here she's got the Sangaku attempt there as she tries to rotate her opponent over, but
Good push from Daria Skepnik in the right direction. Pushed her off the tatami, and unless it looked as though it was going to result in a turnover, the referee had no choice but to call mate. The action had to be underway in order for him to allow it to continue, and she hadn't yet started, so it was a good move from Daria Skepnik to get out of trouble to a degree, because she's 2 Wazaris down. Right-sided effort from Klimke. This time looked a little bit more like Seotoshi. I have to say that there was a period when, in between the cadet and senior levels, Klimke just took not the foot off the gas, but there were two transitions to make. One from cadet level to a senior player on the international stage. And at the same time as she was making that, because that's a huge jump to come from cadets to senior, you know, you normally go through that junior period, but there was also the transition from 52 to 57, and that is a huge leap.
Well, she's doing extremely well with that leap as she finds herself 2 Wazaris now on the board against the Belarusian. But again, it's going back to that situation we were talking about with the American. About how difficult it is for them to get into Europe, especially young athletes coming over into Europe and getting that exposure and those matches under the belt. So she's doing extremely well here, as you can see, and looking on track to taking herself through to the next round. 55
seconds separate from that goal. As Loretta was just saying, she looks well on track now. Skirpnik's going to have to come up with something a little bit special.
She's stepped it up a pace now. She's trying to Sutemi-waza to draw her opponent down into the Niwaza. But the clock will tick away, and that's valuable seconds wasted. It's not tactically most probably one of the best things to do. Yeah, Klimke there putting the pressure on, just doing enough, looking very busy out there. So just under half a minute remaining, and this is the best place for her to be as she tries to work her magic down in that Niwaza. She rotates her over, again adding extra pressure, and the clock just ticks away nicely. 15 seconds remaining. She looks up at that scoreboard, and I think she knows she's got this in the bag.
She's become a much more physically well prepared
She's a very
fighter.
strong
Yeah, strong.
Out there, very strong. Good size, height.
Yeah,
she's got a lot of advantages here, hasn't she?
Whereas as a cadet, my principal concern when I first saw her was she going to make the move from, child almost, to adult senior judo, and she's been able to do that. It's a tough sport.
At that age, as we know, athletes, as we know, young athletes, they've got the world on their shoulders. Everything's a problem from that sort of teenager sort of stage of coming through, and the physical development becomes very challenging.
Now, the third element for Klimke to overcome, it comes not from some outside influence like changing weight or getting used to fighting senior instead of, cadet. It's from within her own team. And in a couple of fights' time, we're going to see where that threat is, because Krista Deguchi of Canada will face the current world champion, Dorje Sumia, at under 57 kilos. So that will be an interesting little run out for Deguchi to face the current world champion, the #1 seed here as well. And that's in her first fight. They both had buys to that point. On the map now, we have Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia. She faces Becky Livesey of Great Britain. It's Mezhetskaya in the white judogi, Livesey in blue.
Well, this will be a very interesting match. Quite a tough one indeed, with a very evenly matched as far as results are concerned and wins under the belt. But Becky Livesey has been going from strength to strength, competed at the World Championships, her first senior worlds, and felt that was a little bit overwhelming with that, as I've spoke to her earlier. But she's picked up some very impressive medals, and as one of the potentials for Great Britain at this moment in time, and has a sister also competing at this level. So great matches between those two at the household, I would imagine.
Angelica Delgado of the United States of America has won her contest down on mat number 1 in the under 52 kilo category. She goes through to the quarter-final.
Well, Metsetskia, Grand Slam in Timan back in 2016, took the gold medal, but she's junior world bronze medalist back in 2014. So very, very strong junior athlete in her time, and is now also making her debut through here as an established senior athlete. Livesey taking the lead with Wazari. Just 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. A Makakomi attempt there, score in a Wazari, which evens this all up now, so it's anybody's match at this moment, but the Osakomi looks to be on. But Mate being called, so it's very lucky for Livesey. And she looked in a little bit of trouble there. Livesey and Antalya this year in the Grand Prix took a bronze medal, and also last year in Zagreb in the Grand Prix, bronze, as well as the Junior European Championships, 3rd place. Like I said, both evenly matched in this contest. Livesey coming in with the drop Sianagi. Tries to defend down there in the ground, but we know the Russians are very strong in Newaza, and Livesey really has to be very cautious down there. Well, just a minute and a half remaining. Metsetskia, a strong right high collar grip as she advances onto Livesey and rotates her over. A lovely bit of judo there as she scores the second Wazari on Livesey with just over a minute remaining in the contest. So the timing's quite nice here for the Russian as she starts to work her way again in the Newaza. And already we've seen a little bit of Newaza from the Russian, and she's very strong and competent down there.
She's strong with the Sutemi Waza as well.
Oh, definitely.
That was a pull right from the other side, right
that
across her own body.
Right round the back. Yeah. It was more or less a grip from the front, but taken the long way round for the grip, taken over all the back. It's very powerful indeed, and very effective.
Yeah, they've got different skill sets. And it makes for a nice matchup, Metsetskia and Livesey. Livesey slightly more, you know, the traditional leg and shoulder type throws, whereas Metsetskia relies a little bit more on that kind of power type game from the hips, or Uranagi, and Yoko Sutemi Waza. She has a little stab at Morote Seanagi there. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt that had she moved her feet, it would have looked like that, but in the end, it didn't really look like anything.
Well, what she's doing now, the Russian is just putting the pressure on and trying to be first in the attacks.
Oh, what an Ashi Waza that was.
Well, for Livesey, given her credit, she went out to try and come back into this contest, left herself wide open, turned her side to her opponent, and both feet were more or less parallel. So easy pickings there for the Russian.
It really was a beautiful finish,
wasn't it? It was a lovely finish. And
sorry it had to come to one of our girls, but...
but it's a real learning curve for her. And Livesey, she's an up-and-coming young athlete that's going to be around for some time, and this sort of exposure is only going to help her grow within the senior world of judo.
Yes, it was an absolutely beautiful finish. She'd scored twice already, Metsetskia, so what was important for Livesey in that last, 30 or 20 seconds even, was to try and come up with something that would either tie up the scores or she'd finish off with a big win. In the end, left herself a little bit open there and then ended up.
Well, there was a couple of attacks there. They were just putting more and more pressure on Beck's Livesey. She was just frustrated, but with full credit to the young lady from Great Britain, she went out there. She was really trying to come back and give it her all. You can't say that she didn't try, but keeping that foot hopping in just left herself very vulnerable.
Standing on one leg, which is the one that went furthest away.
That cost her dearly.
As Loretta said, flat on her back. No doubt about that one. Right, on the tatami now, Milica Nikolic of Serbia faces Černovitzky Eva of Hungary. Kelly Edwards has won her contest down on mat number 1 in the under 52 kilo category, and it's down to the under 52. Sorry, no, it's down to mat number 1 that we're going to go, because coming up there is the current world champion Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia. She faces Krista Deguchi of Canada, and the reason that we're going there is because we have spoken about the Canadians, the conundrum that they've got in having a few people at 57 kilos, one of which is Krista Deguchi. We've already seen Jessica Klimke. Let's take a look at Dortsurin Sumia in the white judogi, Krista Deguchi in blue.
Well, both these athletes had a bye in the first round, so this is their first match out today in this contest. 19 athletes participating here today, and a very strong weight division for women.
Deguchi can count herself extremely unlucky that in the first outing back, she ends up facing Dortsurin Sumia, the current world champion, in her opening contest. She would have liked to have had a little bit of an easier route, but hey.
But looking at the list of athletes that are participating, I don't know if there is such an easy route.
Would have been
so
tough.
For every match, I think would have been tough for this young lady. But if you're going to go out, you go out with the strongest out there. At least you can turn around and say that you fought the best. And Dortsurin is one of the best touts here in this field.
That little tomoe-nage that Deguchi just stuck in there has served her well, especially when she can get that going in the right area of the mat. Unfortunately for her, it was on the edge of the mat, and Dortsurin was able to cover up.
That lovely Kosota was nice. The sticky foot, just keeping it there, nice balance, controlled it well, and now works her way into the niwaza. As you can see, really nice bit of niwaza. Just.
She really wants her in the middle. That's the problem. Dortsurin also is aware of that, because she'll know that this is just not this is not your average Canadian that you're up against.
No, definitely not.
Deguchi's done all of her judo in Japan and had previously represented Japan. So you know what you're going to get with the Japanese lighter weights. You're going to get a concentration.
Well, her grounding, her foundation has got to be very, very strong, isn't it, for this athlete? But Dortsurin, as you can see, they're trying with the Sangaku turn. It shows you how powerful Deguchi is. They didn't even rock her at all in the niwaza. There was no opportunity.
Defense,
very, very solid down there. Wasn't able to even move her.
Complete body awareness.
She works well with the feet, trying to look for an opportunity to open up Dortsurin. Still looks very calm and collective out there. She's a little, slightly elegant, as you would say, out there with her.
Yeah, she's an attractive-looking fighter.
It's not powerful, it's flowing.
Yeah.
And she transfers her weight quite nicely. It's not a stop and start or an aggressive type of approach. It's very smooth in her transition from her feet to her upper body. She's actually a delight to watch, which creates that sort of excitement about, because you really can't see what's going to happen next, so it keeps you engaged.
This is where Deguchi's got to step up the pressure, because there's 40 seconds left to go. Dordtsoren has picked up a second penalty, this time for passivity, and Deguchi can really put the pressure on now in this last half a minute.
And it's the feet that I think will do it, because she's got very dangerous feet. She touches with that kosoto every time. And she's able to balance herself to hold it, but she's left herself there a little bit open with the drop Seoinage. Got to be careful there. With 19 seconds remaining, there's 2 Shidos to 1, and Deguchi really has to start pushing that, putting his step up to the next level.
A bigger attack, not the little
but
foot
without
taps.
leaving herself open.
Hasn't really had a good go on the ground yet. On every occasion they've been on the mat edge, and Dordtsoren has been able to avoid getting caught up. Well, here we are in the golden score period. The best thing that you can do if you're going to go into golden score is to ensure that you are penalty free. Failing that, just take 1 in. What you don't want to do is to go into the golden score period with 2 penalties.
Well, having that, she's got the slight advantage here, the Canadian. She can afford to pick up the 1 Shido, which will level it all up. But Dordtsoren there, as you can see, every time she has got the grips. And because she really has to get hold of her opponent and now working those feet and looking to take control of this golden score. There's another attack there from Dordtsoren.
And just at the right time, because they were on the verge there of both getting penalised.
And if both get them, then that's it. It's
that plays into her hands.
Yes.
He could even up here, and that's right for me.
Yeah, that's
because
correct.
She hasn't been coming up with any real attacks. The little foot taps.
The foot taps,
they're
clever. They're there to break the balance, but they're not actually there to follow through on it. It's just a place to break balance. She's not following it through to attack or finish.
So whoever picks up... Oh, that's nice. And almost
goodness
turned.
me, that was so close. A lovely Ouchigari, but that's the first attack. Other than the drop Seoinages that we saw. But the Ouchigari was the first major attack for Deguchi, really.
Right at the end, she almost got turned. Good reactions from Dordtsoren.
Dordtsoren did well, but could have had it on that one. Again, she comes in with the Ouchigari, very dangerous indeed, because Dordtsoren has got a good strong grip and controls the upper body quite nicely. And there's, she's not like, could be looking at another, could be she tries to pull that arm out.
She didn't look concerned about it, any other player would never have let their arm get that entangled, but she wasn't bothered.
Well, Dordtsoren looks as if she's stepped it up to the next level, especially in this golden score. She's, for me, is the one that's really put the work in all the time. Oh, yes, that's it.
Couldn't stop it at the end.
No, Dordtsoren just took advantage of that golden score. She dominated it right from the beginning, and sadly for Deguchi, she really didn't have a look in at that golden score. Up until then, she was a contender.
Yeah, she had the one Ouchigari attack, and that was that threatened. That was it. However, when you can push the current world champion into almost 2 minutes of golden score and have it finally balanced, then,
you're not far off the mark, are you, really?
You've got something going for you.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
It's going to be a long road back up for Krista Deguchi. She's got that mountain to climb now, and her difficulty is going to be in selection, because ahead of her is going to be Jessica Klimke, and we've already seen Klimke is into the next round, so the gap is going to get wider, if anything. Right, who have we got on the mat now? Anna Borowska of Poland has just taken to mat number 1. This is round 2 of the under 57 kilo category. It's Borowska in the white judogi, Irahui of Morocco in blue. Sumia Irahui That was a nice little effort, wasn't it? Right-sided. Slightly too far away to catch Borowska, and now Iraqwi goes over for Wazari. We're spoilt for choice here because we've got another Olympic champion down on mat number 2. Joana Diogo of Portugal faces Paula Pareto of Argentina, the current Olympic champion. But Pareto has won there anyway. That was already quarterfinals. We may, in actual fact, have to go down to mat number 2 because the quarterfinals have started down there. So yes, let's go down to mat number 2. We're going to pick up the first of the quarterfinals in the under 66 kilo category. Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia faces Nijat Shikalizada of Azerbaijan. It's Margvelashvili in white, Shikalizada in blue. Good morning to everyone. Well, good afternoon here in Abu Dhabi, and good morning to you if it's morning wherever you're joining us from. A big hello to Richard Britton. Thanks very much for your message, and we agree with you. I think there are a whole host of people that Dordtsorin would rather have faced than Krista Deguchi. We were immediately interested when we saw the draw with regard to how that one would turn out, and pretty much as we thought, with Dordtsorin just having the edge, but without really having been fiercely tested. Deguchi made things difficult, but you know, there was only the one really big attack. That'll be a score for Shikalizada as he just catches Margvelashvili, the Georgian, going down onto his side there. So yeah, it could have been a stronger test, but I don't think that Deguchi was quite ready yet. She needs a little bit more work, and it appears that Margvelashvili is going to need a little bit more work in his preparation against Nijat Shikalizada as the Azeri throws the Georgian for Ippon. A bit too strong on this occasion. More experienced, Nijat Shikalizada. Right, we've got another quarterfinal in the under 66 kilo category coming up next. Abdullah Abduljalilov of Russia is up next against Gisam Nozadeh of Iran. It's Abduljalilov in the white judogi, Nozadeh in blue. Abduljalilov makes his way to the mat, taking his time. Why not? It's not a marathon, is it? There's plenty of time. Maybe that should have been. It's not a sprint. Yeah, it's not a sprint. You don't have to rush. There's plenty of time. It's more like a marathon. Borowska wins her contest against Iraqwi down on mat number 1.
Tatami 1, second round for the women under 57 kilo. In white judogi for Great Britain, 2017 World Championships bronze medalist Nicola Smith-Davis. And in blue judogi for Azerbaijan, Nazagat Azizova.
Single Shido on the board against Norizade at the moment. Let's have a look at that under 66 kilo category lineup. Tal Flicker representing the International Judo Federation to face Davidoj Tumurkhaleg. Yildiz Zhumakanov of Kazakhstan to face Imad Basu of Morocco, who defeated Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. Amazing, that one. Terrific result. And we've already seen Vazamag Velashvili losing out to Nijat Shikalizada, who will face the winner of this contest on mat number 2 at the moment, between Abdul Jalilov and Qasem Norizade of Iran. That's where we are as far as the under 66 kilo category is concerned. I imagine I'll be able to tell you about the under 60 kilo category as well. Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia to face Vincent Limar of France. And it'll be Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan to face Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. Francisco Garrigos of Spain will face Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. That's the contest to follow this one here on mat 2. And then we'll follow that with Robert Shvidobadze of Russia. He'll face Sukrob Bokiev of Tajikistan.
The Dhabi one, second round for women under 57 kilo. In white judogi for Serbia, Jovana Rodic. In blue judogi for Russia, Anastasia Konkina.
Well, they haven't been able to sort this one out in normal time, so we're going to have a period of golden score quarterfinals are about to begin on mat number 1 as well, in the under 48 kilos. Anyway, we've got one more round 2 contest in the under 57 kilo category. It's Jovana Rogic of Serbia to face Anastasia Konkina of Russia. That's taking place down on mat number 1 at the moment. There's no score in that contest as yet, as is the case here, except that in our contest we have got one blemish on the scoreboard, and that's a Judo that was picked up by Hassem Nourizadeh of Iran. We should have Loretta Cusack, Doyle and Adonis Diaz up here shortly, and when they come in I will go out. Abdul-Jalilov looking as though there's very little left in the tank now. He could get steamrolled here. One big attack from the Iranian should do it. Get back in the contest area. Oh dear. I can't believe he's done that. He's just stolen this, Abdul-Jalilov.
Women under 48 kilo. In white judo before Kazakhstan, the Olympic and world bronze medalist Otkontsetsek Galbadrav, and in blue for Russia, Sabina Gilyasova.
Yeah, they're just having a look at this now. Just reviewing whether or not Abdul-Jalilov either pushed his opponent out, Nourizadeh, or Nourizadeh stepped out himself. No, he stepped out himself. Well, slightly amateurish behaviour, to be honest, when you've got your man backed up against the ropes. So Abdul-Jalilov escapes by the skin of his teeth there. Right, coming up next, the quarterfinal in the under 60 kilo category. Francisco Garrigos of Spain faces Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. It's Garrigos in the white judogi, Lutfilayev in blue. Yeah, just managed to hang in there long enough to come up with the score. Yeah, it's always disconcerting when that happens with the scoreboard operator. It's got nothing to do with the referee in that instance, but simply the scoreboard operator pressing a particular button that he feels is the right one, and it ends up being the wrong one. Anyway, they've managed to tidy that up now. And Garrigos, having initially been given the score, they've tidied that up nicely. Little under a minute left to go.
The Dhabi won, the winner in white for Kazakhstan, Otkuntete Galbadrak will be in the semi-final for women under 48 kilo.
Galbadrak has won her contest down on mat number 1. That's in the under 48 kilo category. She's into the semi-final now.
In white judo for Russia,
Now, her opponent in that under 48 kilo category will be the winner of the upcoming contest between Irina Dolgova of Russia and Shiro Rishoni, representing the International Judo Federation. Lutfilayev, with that single wazari, has got himself past last year's gold medal winner, Francisco Garrigos. Garrigos may yet be on the podium again this year, but I tell you what, he won't be on the number 1 spot because he's going to have to come through the repechage anyway. Who have we got coming up next? Robert Shvidobadze of Russia to face Sukrob Bokiev of Tajikistan. That'll be Shvidobadze in the white judogi, Bokiev in blue. And we will have Adonis Diaz up here shortly. We were waiting for Loretta Cusack-Doyle to return. I didn't want to steal any thunder and have him up here without Loretta, so that'd be a much better bet. I don't want to be tearful.
That's very thoughtful of you there, Sheldon.
You can do that.
I've got the tissues just in case he breaks down. Or I do. One or the other.
He'll be okay.
I'm sure he's a tough old cookie.
He's a good lad. He looks a little bit bruised at the moment after his run-in with Limar. But
externally or heart bruised?
well, the one that I can see, the facial bruising, got a bit roughed up. He's a tough lad, though. I'm sure he's going to bounce back, and we'll see that little bit more of him. First minute out of the way. No score between Svidobadze and Bokiev.
Oh, Misha Boziev there, controlling that sleeve quite comfortably there as he throws that arm over the top, but it's quickly taken down by Bokiev, who attempts the Sutemi-waza, drawing his opponent between the legs there, but Russian now following through, looking for an opportunity down in that, the Niwaza.
Single Shido against Bokiev at the moment. A little under 2 minutes left to go, so plenty of time.
Well, there's a lot of action coming from both these athletes. They really are giving it their all. And you wouldn't like to predict which way this is going to go at this early stage of the contest. The quarterfinal place in the semi-final at the under 60 kilos, and it's a tough match for both these athletes.
Yeah, it's all a little defensive at the moment, and Rashoni was not clever during this last exchange. Because if she didn't come up with an attack, then she too was going to pick up a penalty. That's most odd. Why did she do that?
Will be in the semi-final for women under 48 kilos.
Now Bokiev there really trying to rotate his opponent over, just lost that control, left it slip a little bit there, and too much space for the Russian to get out. Now finds himself on the receiving end. So 30 seconds remaining, no score on the board at this moment. But a very interesting match indeed between both these athletes. Michel Bazet still looking the more dominant out there as he throws that right hand over the top. That's where he's dangerous there, as he piles the pressure on his opponent with 17 seconds remaining. Well, the athletes are asked to tidy up. 17 seconds in golden score, and it's still very much anybody. But here we have a second Shido Bokiev has to come to terms that that's him out of a place in that final, but we will see him a little bit later on in the repechage. Michel Vibazé goes through into the semi-finals, which is will be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. So now we have the quarterfinals, the under 52 kilo category, representing IJF in the white, Cohen, and representing Switzerland, Schropp in the blue. Lovely Ko Chigak as she follows it through there. She wrapped that leg right in nice and deep. A great score and a good lead now with the Wazari on the board with 2 minutes and 53 seconds remaining. Well, Cohen there now with the second Wazari, and she's starting to pile the pressure on more and more. To Schropp, really finding it difficult as she attempts there with Uchimata, a little bit too far in connecting with her opponent. Cohen there grabbing that arm, looking for, look to be a Makakomi. Always keeps herself very busy out there and in control of this contest. Even though she has at times a slight disadvantage of being the smaller of the two athletes, still maintains a level of control. There's a real battle going on here, and but Cohen is a real feisty character out there, and great condition. Cohen took a fifth place in the World Championships this year, as well as a first in the Grand Slam in Baku, and also second in the Antalya Grand Prix. So already has got some very impressive results this year alone. And just seems to be going from strength to strength in her confidence. She works away there in the Niwaza. Schropp there, really in a little bit of trouble now. And we're into the last half a minute.
Tatami 1, the winner in white for International Judo Federation,
So just 22 seconds remaining. Cohen leading with 3 Wazaris. Just seems to be piling more and more pressure on, but looking very composed out there considering her opponent is just relentless of trying to come back even in the last dying seconds of this contest. Full credit for Schropp, who's piled the pressure on but just doesn't seem to come past the strength and determination of this young lady, Cohen. And they're a very convincing win for Cohen of IJF, who goes through to the semi-final of the under 52 kilos.
The winner of Tatami 2 in white, representing International Judo Federation, Gilly Cohen. Gilly Cohen will be in the semi-final for women under 52 kilos. Quarterfinal for women under 52 kilos, Tatami 2. In white judogi for Romania, Alexandra Larissa Foria. In blue judogi for Belgium, London Olympic Games bronze medalist in under 48 kilo, Charlene van Smeek.
So now we have Florian of Romania in the white. This is the quarterfinals, the under 52 kilos, and representing Belgium, Vanschnik in the blue. Florian this year took the gold medal in the Grand Slam in Baku, as well as a bronze medal in the Grand Prix in Dusseldorf, and Junior World Championships back in 2014 was second place. Outstanding performance from this young lady from Romania. And as you can see, looking very, very convincing out there and in control of this contest so far. Vanschnik is no stranger to being in the medals and around Bautum. Grand Prix in Baku. It also this year took the bronze medal. European Championships Seniors was gold medalist in last year, and European Championships in the Seniors the previous year. And European Games was gold medalist. So Vanschnik convincingly takes this win that goes through to the semi-final and on track to go into the final of the under 52s. Looking very strong and very convincing out there. So now we come to the 57 kilo category, and no surprise here, we have Silva representing Brazil in the white, and who's been very impressive indeed is this young lady from Germany, Amelia Stoll. So this will be a very interesting match. As you can see, Uchimata to Cianagi, their favourite techniques. Very impressive, very good, nice techniques. Neither one of them have fought each other. So both of them will start off a little bit apprehensive, but you can see 130 wins to 119, matches won for the Brazilian Silva. So there is a lot of experience under the belt of this Brazilian compared to her German opponent. Lovely Uchimata, great start there for Silva, scoring a Wazari, but oh, she looks like she's in a little bit of trouble there as she pulls up, as she stands in
semifinal for
limping into the center of the mat. Not quite sure if it was a muscle or it's just a twist of the knee, but hopefully it's nothing too serious. in rescue of that silver, Swazari is upgraded to Ippon, and a bit of a sigh of relief. I'm quite sure she will be, because she does look a little bit in trouble, and at least now she has an opportunity to get herself ready for her semi-final. So she'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up.
Quarterfinal for women under 57 kilo, tatami 2. In white judo for Canada, this year Pan-American champion Jessica Klimke. And in blue judo for Russia.
So we have representing Canada, Kilke in the white, and she's up against Mezetskia of Russia in the blue. Well, Kilke there coming off to a flying start as she then works her way down into the Niwaza, looking for that Sangaku. Mezetskia. Oh, just on the receiving end of that, Cianagi does well to spin off the attack. But nevertheless, from the Canadian, fantastic drop. Totally dominating the pace of this contest. Looking very lively and confident out there, this young lady from Canada. Side skip and the drop underneath once more. Russian coming through, looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza, and we know the Russians are very strong. I've seen them on many occasions in the groundwork, showing the real expertise that they have down there. A real threat for any opponent. Once more, Kilke works in that drop. Cianagi finding herself now on a bit of a receiving end of this. The arm is trying to be drawn out by the Russian as she looks for that juji. Legs a little bit too far apart, so not too much of a threat for the Canadian. Klimke again bouncing there, looking so energetic. Just makes you tired watching her out there at this moment. She's got so much energy and her conditioning is very good out there. And that side skip, and that's Cianagi once more planting her opponent onto her back there with a Wazari. Almost so close to being the Ippon that she's looking for. But again, you're tying up the legs very tightly, but just the head slips out just at that crucial point. But still piling on the pressure of the Russian. So 1 minute and a half remaining in this contest, and it's been the Canadians throughout, right from the beginning, dominating. Again, that Cianagi, well, we've seen it so many times, and it's very effective indeed. Every time she has caught the Russian, Zetskia really just doesn't have anything to come back from. The drop Sianagi just doesn't have any defences at all from it. Seems to walk on to the attack every single time. That bouncy, sort of energetic approach to this contest is a delight to watch and keeps that excitement going. There's the drop, not as convincing this time. Just left herself a little bit wide. Didn't break that balance. She drops underneath to the side of her partner this time. But has to be very careful of not just doing too much. At the moment, she's working, her work rate's excellent. She's doing so much out there that she could burn herself out or make that ultimate mistake at such a crucial time of this contest with only 19 seconds to go. A Judo apiece. And the clock ticks away, and the Russian is trying to pile on the pressure, but I think that was an opportunity missed there with seconds ticking, and Kilinkai goes through to the semi-final of the under 57s, where she'll be up against Silva of Brazil. So now we're coming up to the repechage of the under 48 kilo category. So we have representing Hungary in the white, Chernovitsky. And she's up against Daigo of Portugal in the blue. So Hungary in the white, Portugal in blue. This is the first repechage match of the under 48 kilos.
Quarterfinal for men under 60 kilo, tatami 1. In white judo game for Kazakhstan, Usman Kyrgyzbayev. In blue judo game for Brazil, London Olympic Games bronze medalist Felipe Kitatai.
Well, Diogo there, as you can see, trying to control that sleeve. Chernovitsky, Eva. Looking slight more dominant out there. And the Shido now been awarded to both these athletes with 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Well, for Chernovitsky, they've taken off the Shido, so it's just Portugal that has that one. Chernovitsky, Eva, European champion in the seniors in 2014 and also in 2013. Just recently this year, Tashkent Grand Prix, a bronze medalist. Diego Joanna European Junior Championships back in 2015, silver medalist, African Open in Casablanca 2006, champion, and Junior European Cup, Comria, back in 2015, gold medalist. So a very young athlete coming through with great potential up against a more mature and experienced athlete from Hungary. So the battle still carries on here, and it's very difficult to see which way this will go, but the Hungarian does seem to have a slight edge in this contest as she works her way down into the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down there, trying to create. And she has the Osakomi here, the Tati Shiogatami, and secures that very nicely with just under a minute remaining in the contest. Well, the timing just nicely on this one. And it doesn't look like there'll be any change here, that Hungary goes through. Shinovisky goes through to the next round of that repechage.
Tatami 2, the winner, in white for Hungary, Czernovitsky Iva. Czernovitsky Iva qualifies for bronze medal contest for women under 48
So she'll be in the bronze medal final a little bit later on, where she will meet the winner or the loser of the next round with the semi-final. So we'll just have to wait and see who that will be. Now we have Nikolic here of Serbia in the white, Pareto, Olympic champion, Perla of Argentina. Now this is going to be a very interesting match. Two ladies that have been, well, one Serbian that had been seeded here today, but definitely couldn't, Pareto cannot write her off as an Olympic champion in her own right, but has just come back in September, where she picked up a bronze medal at one of the Grand Slams. So she's come back in force, very determined. Nikolic, the World Championships this year, took a 5th place. In Baku, Grand Slam 2nd place, and Grand Slam in Paris this year, 3rd place. So she's had a great innings this year, has had wonderful performances at such a high level and on form. Pareto, as I said earlier, Olympic Games gold medalist, World Championships in 2015 was world champion, and the Pan American Championships this year took the gold medal. And just recently took a bronze medal in September in Zagreb. So it's been very quiet this year as far as her comeback, slowly, but there, as you can see, great attack, scoring Awazari. Ouchigari attempt there. Finds herself getting drawn across the mat by Nikolic. Looking slightly frustrated out there against her Argentinian opponent, who's slightly smaller than her. Nikolic throws that right hand high over to the collar, drawing her opponent down, making her look slightly passive out there. But Pareto still leads with that Wazari that gives her the advantage. Well, the Serbian Nikolic advancing forward, trying to desperately get in, attempts there an attack, but finds herself now in an awkward situation in the Niwaza with very little opportunities down there, and the clock ticks away. So it's those sort of situations she finds herself in that could be detrimental to her going through into the final of the 48 kilos. Oh, lovely Ashiwaza there. Just didn't have the upper body control. The feet were just perfectly placed, but the upper body control just wasn't there to pin her to the ground and to get a score. But nevertheless, a great opportunity, showing the caliber of player that she truly is. The Sangaku turn attempt there from Pareto, as she still maintains the pressure as much as she can, as she works away and closer to the end of this contest just by that one Wazari. The arm comes over the top again for the Serbian as she tries to draw her opponent down to the ground, making Pareto look very passive indeed and negative, which she'll be picking up another Shido very soon. And there we have it. So it's the second one with just half a minute remaining in this semi-final. Pareto really has to be very careful. The Uchimata, and evens it all up with 19 seconds remaining. Well, Nikolic did everything she possibly can and deserves that score at that timing. So now, looking as if this will go into the golden score, Pareto really is now in a very difficult situation as she goes in possibly to that golden score with two Shidos against her. And being slightly smaller than her opponent will always look passive against a very strong upper body controller of an opponent. Well, can Pareto come back from this? She'll be ever so disappointed that she led right up until the last 19 seconds. Nikolic just battled her way through this contest. Never gave up and just gave it her all and found herself coming back from what looked to be a very difficult opportunity. The drop Sienagi once more from Pareto. Well, for this Argentinian, she really needs a score. Nikolic can afford to have two Shidos. As she battles away into this golden score. Lovely drop Sienagi. better entry there, just didn't have that little finish at the end, but was in deep enough.
Yeah, it really suits Nikolic here, because what she's got to do is remain... she can't give up a score, but she can afford, as Loretta was just saying, to just step back a little bit, let Pareto now burn herself out, because she's already tired having to go into the golden score period, and hopefully take advantage of Pareto opening up and losing energy.
Yes.
That's one way of looking at it. Yeah, because even though Pareto is doing all the attacking, all that will happen is that she will pick up a Judo. Not sure why they're tidying up their gis, because it should just be a Judo to Nikolic and then Hajime.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
which gave Pareto a rest. It negated all the tactics then that Nikolic had put in place. Just start again now.
well, sometimes the disadvantage for a gi to be opened is that obviously you've got Pareto that's coming in with those Sienagis. She's just losing out on the finish, but there's the score. Kochigak sits her on, yeah, well, possibly not, just not deep enough on that one, but again, a great attack.
I don't know what Pareto's got her hands out for. It was just as bad as the one that they didn't give you a Judo for. I just got something about the players refereeing their own contests.
I think it's called having 6 minutes out there and totally frustrated that she had it in the bag and she let it all go. And it's that she's now skating on very thin ice with the two Judos still that's been lurking there for so long, for 2 minutes, in fact, 2.5 minutes.
See, had she done all of that attacking during the 4 minute period,
she would have been fine. She wouldn't have had to, exactly. Yeah. And this is where it is quite frustrating, isn't it? She tried to steal the, again. She had that Wazari right at the beginning, and she just coasted along and tried to maintain just that lead without doing any more. But again, the drop Sienagi once more, but this time not as convincing.
Nikolic has got to come up with something here. It's been...
Yeah, she's really not engaged as much in the last 45 seconds.
Yeah, 45 seconds, a minute now without anything. And as a result, she's picked up the 2 penalties. She really has got to come up with something now.
Oof, that was a really poor attack there from Pareto. Oh, it's just one poor attack after another at this moment. It's a desperate plea here to get forward and to try and convince the referee, and he's now looking to have a look at the video footage.
But the last one from Nikolic was only as poor as the one
exactly. It wasn't much at all between those two.
Why would you give it for that and not give it for the one before?
Exactly.
Well, they have given it for the one before. Yeah, there was an attack. Yeah, there was an attack before, and that's what it was given for. Yeah. That's the one, and she goes away. She's hiding. Look, on the way down, she's hiding her arms. Look, she's not getting involved in the attack on the way down. That's why they gave that.
Yeah.
No rotation, and then as she's going down, she's tucking in. That's not an attack.
No, definitely not. So, at the end of the day, it sort of worked out right. But it ended up looking very scrappy. And the sad thing about it for Pareto, if she'd worked as hard as she did in that golden score, she would never have had any penalties.
Nikolic would have picked up the 3 penalties in normal time.
Well, it's something she'll look back and reflect on, and will be most probably quite disappointed that she had it in her hands. Yeah. She was there in that final.
Tell you what, red back patch or gold back patch, there's no protecting you.
No, definitely not.
That would have been a nice thing. I suppose we could still do that. We could backdate it and have we could have a Doyle GBR in red from the IGF. I'm going to suggest that. Oh, we didn't have it at that time.
No, we didn't. So that shows my age, doesn't it?
I'm going to do that.
Back in the days.
Do that, yeah. I shall make that suggestion now.
Oh gosh, I just love the way you make me feel even older than what I do. Well, Magalashvili here we have in the under 66 repechage. Nurizadeh of Iran in the blue. Well, Magalashvili looking a little bit apprehensive there as that arm gets thrown across. So, but there you have a Makakomi. Makakomi attempt there, and Magalashvili there was scoring a Wazari with 2 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in this contest. Halfway through this match. The senior Magalashvili there, senior world championships this year, took a bronze medal, as well as in Düsseldorf Grand Prix, the gold, and a bronze in the Grand Slam in Paris. So he's had an astounding build-up to not only the world championships, where he performed outstandingly, but now finds himself in the repechage here for a place in the final, the bronze medal. He's up a Wazari, still a very low margin against his very strong opponent. Magalashvili there, still maintaining a lead with a half a minute remaining. Looking a little bit uncomfortable there, not very good posture and good positioning there for the Georgian, who picks up his second Judo, or the first Judo, sorry. With just seconds remaining, the Georgian still maintains that lead as the Iranian piles on the pressure. An attempt to go across with that Osota, but sadly runs out of time.
The winner of the number 2 in white from Georgia, Magalashvili qualifies for bronze medal contest for men under 66 kilo. Semi-final for men under 66 kilo, number 2. In white judo for Azerbaijan, Nijar Shikhalizadeh. In blue judo for Russia, Abdullah
Shahalizada here representing Azerbaijan in the under 66 kilos in the white gi. And he's up against Russian in the blue, Abdulzalilov. Well, the battle is really on between these two athletes, and there was Zari there for Abdulzalilov, with still 2.5 minutes remaining in this semi-final.
Right, we've been able to locate Adonis Diaz, and he's going to come and sit in.
That was a nice
with Loretta Kusakdol. That's Abduljalilov going over there from Nijat Shikalizada.
Yes, and they're wanting a video. I just love that.
Everardo de Garcia decides, I want to have a replay of that. And whilst they're having a look at that,
it's like a game of charades, isn't it?
Whilst that's happening, let Adonis Diaz come in and say, oh, he's got him again. This second Wazari there. Right, here's Loretta Kusakdol to finish things off, and she's going to be joined by Adonis Diaz.
Hi, welcome, Adonis, and how are you feeling right now?
I'm okay. I'm a little upset, you know, because I lost, but I'm okay. And now my teammate is on to semifinals in 52 kilos, Angie.
Oh, excellent. So there's something to sort of celebrate, hopefully, at the end of the day. But it is obviously very disappointing, isn't it, when you travel so far to come to events like this. And it's not easy, is it? And to have, you had a bye in the first round, and then your first match out
was
up against a very tough opponent.
Yes.
But you were doing so well throughout that contest. How was you feeling out there?
I felt very strong in terms of I can put my grips, and I was attacking a bit more, I think. But at one point of the match, I just felt he tactically beat me. I couldn't get my hands on in a position where I can attack. Passing like the 3-minute mark is where I felt that he was very good at where he put his hands, not giving me the sleeve and keeping busy.
Yeah, because you did look very strong in your attacks, but like what you were saying earlier, and it was just the grips, your kimikata, you just couldn't maintain that grip to be able to get the finish when you were coming in. So you were getting the movement, you had the opportunities, the openings, but you just didn't have that finish because you had no hands on it a lot of the time. And tactically, that was what was beating you, wasn't it? Really, through that. And so there's something you can go back on, really, isn't there, to work and find those sort of the kumikata is always a difficult one because having your grip and then having to use it is another thing, isn't it? Yeah. So it's how long you keep a grip to feel that you've secured it to then follow through with the attack. And it's only that split second you have, isn't it, before you can engage or not engage, before you're either penalised or you get the grips broken from. So where do you go from now? What's in your mind at this moment as you move forward to your next competition, whatever that is?
Well, now I have to figure out a way to get the grips I need to attack and to score from for people who are more tactical fighters as opposed to people who prefer to score big. So I need to go home and I need to work on finding a way to get into good positions with people who are very tactical.
And for those that are outside listening here, listening to you talk about your development program and where you're going to move forward. Where is home for you in the United States?
I live in Miami, Florida.
And who is your coach?
I have 2 coaches in my national training center in the area where I live, and it's Herman Velasco is the main coach. He was an Olympian from Peru, and it's good. And also, since my other coach is Johnny Prado, who travels a lot with the team and stuff.
Yes. And your next tournament, what will that be?
Right now, I don't quite know, because I was kind of hoping to do well enough here to qualify for Masters. But I had to have made it at least to quarterfinals and then such. But I didn't, so I don't actually know what's next.
Yeah. So do you feel that there's going to be a tournament for you this year, or is this going to be like your preparation for a new year?
I think it's going to be my preparation block now for probably the European tour at the beginning of next year.
Yeah. And will that, like the European tour, you say that, how many competitions that will you participate in that year? Because I know with a lot of countries that have to travel, like Japan and Korea and America, Canada, they tend to do maybe 4 or 5 European events,
right,
and then go home. It's a long time away from home, isn't it?
Yeah, but surprisingly enough, I prefer to be away from home.
Yes.
Because I can concentrate more on training, as opposed when I'm home, I'm the only man of the house. So I have to work, I have to help around the house, I have to do things. But when I'm away, I just focus on training. So I prefer to be away from home for a month or 2 months.
And then who looks after when you're away then?
That's the problem.
Yes.
I do miss my family.
And when you say your family, have you got other siblings of brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I have a little sister. My grandma lives with me. Now she's getting older, so we need more help with her. And my mom.
Lovely. And your sister, does she do judo?
She used to do judo. She was actually, state champion, stuff like this when she was younger, but she said it wasn't for her. She was more of a cheerleading, gymnastics type of girl.
Oh, good. So for you, what is your ambitions and your drive for, like, your short-term goals and the long-term goals? So your short-term, next year, what are you hoping to achieve?
Well, for next year, particularly, I want to take a medal in a Grand Prix, because I've gotten to 3 Grand Prix finals, and I've lost every single one. Grand Prix bronze final.
Yes.
And I've lost every single one. And to appear and to fight for a medal in a Grand Slam, which I haven't done yet.
Right. And long-term?
Long-term, I think it's the same goal for pretty much every single judoka. You'll sit them here and you ask them, what are your goals in judo? I want to be Olympic champion.
You want to be well, the Americans have done well. They've been able to achieve that, haven't they?
We have really good peaks when it comes to like the Olympic Games with Marty Malloy, Travis Stevens, obviously Kayla.
Yeah. And they're great role models for you guys, aren't they? Sort of someone, and for a country that we know it is difficult. You've got such a large country. For you to just get into your national training and going from one area to another, that's flights, that's expensive, and it takes a lot out of your budget to be able to do just a national circuit. So to be able to go into Europe, which is very costly, and to be obviously in the world ranking, because we know that's the difficulty. You have to be up in the world ranking to get that good draw.
Right.
Otherwise, you're battling, aren't you?
From the start to finish.
So it is really getting up in the sort of top 15 of the world to make sure that you can guarantee a really good draw into some of these Grand Slams and Grand Prix that you're participating. So that on its own is a real challenge, isn't it? So, well, I really do wish you the best of luck. And you sound like a really great guy. And I'm sure your grandma's out there listening to you and your little sister.
Yeah, for sure.
I hope so anyway. But I'm sure they'll be just as disappointed as what you are right now. But it sounds like you've got it figured out and you know what you need to do and how you're going to go about it. And I hope that all, and we look forward to really seeing you in the new year and achieving those short-term goals and hopefully one day be the Olympic champion, like fellow teammates that you have in the past.
Thank you so much.
It's lovely to meet you, and thank you very much for joining us.
No, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
In white judo for Kazakhstan, Olympic and world bronze medalist Oktябрь Kalbagraf, and in blue judo for Russia, Irina Dolgova.
Well, that was an absolute delight to talk to that young man. He seems like he's got it all figured out and he's got a direction and the will to win. And we do wish him the best of luck in the new year.
I said he could come up here for the interview. I didn't say anything about giving you a kiss.
Oh, that was the best part of it.
You know?
All the perks of the job.
Young men today, you know, you can't leave them alone for a minute, can you?
But an absolute delight. And we really do look forward and wish him the best of luck in the future. I'm quite sure he'll be following quite a few of his teammates in that Olympic success.
Garrigos it is who sees off the challenge of Sukrobokiev of Tajikistan. It'll be Garrigos who we'll see in the bronze medal match. We've got a semi-final coming up now between Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. He faces Robert Shvidobadze of Russia. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Shvidobadze in blue.
Semi-final for men
There you go.
Well, as Sheldon was saying, this is the semi-final of the under 60 kilos.
I don't think I said that, actually. Sorry.
Well, I have.
I just said who was fighting. That was the sweetest way of saying you've forgotten to say what it is, you know. Sorry about that. Loretta's quite right. Go ahead. Say again.
Well, we can't always get it right. Lutfilayev there. Starting off with the first grip, but totally dismissed by the Russian. Well, the Russian there is circling motions around his opponent. He's got that right lapel grip, as you can see, he's blocking out quite nicely and dominating the pace of this contest, using his feet to break down his opponent's balance. But he's looking for that right-hand sleeve, but taking a little bit too long to try and get there, and has picked up the first Shido in this semi-final. Shvidobadze in the blue there, trying desperately to get inside in the lapel grip. Well, there's a real battle. Neither one of them can get close enough to get that attack. There's the drop Sianagi there. Vitviliev. Although he comes in with the attack. That Koso to there, very close indeed of scoring. Just didn't have the upper body control, but very gutsy move as he hooks in there, as you can see with Uchimata. Lovely attack. Nice combination there, and a lot of pressure on the Russian. Well, Mishibaze there with the drop Sianagi. Again, just didn't have that finish.
Single Shido against Shvidobadze at the moment. Filayev. Takes a clean sheet into the golden score period. Shvidobadze is the fighter with the single penalty against him, so there is a small advantage, if you can put it that way. The advantage is with Lutfilayev, who at present is penalty-free. It'll be about half past, I suppose, when we... about quarter past, perhaps, when we wrap up here. 3:15, and then we'll be back at 5 o'clock with all the medal matches from the first 5 categories on the opening day. Filayev just managed to avoid getting thrown there. It was a terrific effort from Shvidobadze. And Irina Dolgova has just thrown Otkontsatya Galbadrak of Kazakhstan for Wazari down on mat number 1 to take her place in the final of the under 48 kilo category.
The winner in blue for Russia, Irina Dolgova. Irina Dolgova will be in the final for women under 48 kilo. Otkontsatya Galbadrak for Kazakhstan qualifies for the bronze medal contest.
Yeah, and she'll face Milica Nikolic in that final. Davidosh has just thrown Basu of Morocco within 15 seconds of their contest there, but he looks as though he's hurt his hand. That's on the adjoining mat. You can't even shake hands. Shvidobadze however, has come up with the single score to defeat Sharafudin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan, and it'll be Evelyn Shop up next in her repechage contest against Alexandra Larissa Florian. But we're going to go down to mat number 1, because coming on to mat number 1, we've got a semi-final between Tal Flicker, representing the International Judo Federation. He faces Yeldos Zhumakanov of Kazakhstan. It's Flicker in the white judo gi, Zhumakanov in blue.
Evelyn Job. In blue for Romania, Alexandra Larissa Florian. Semi-final for men under 66 kilo, Tatami 1. In white judo gi, representing International Judo Federation, the world bronze medalist Tal Flicker, and in blue for Kazakhstan, Yildiz Zhumakanov.
Yeah, we've got the quarter-final lineup for that. Well, Flicker is already in the semi-final, so we've gone past that, and then he's up against Zhumakanov. Down in Pool C, we've already got Shikalizada and Abdul Jalilov, the two semi-finalists.
Well, this was a really tough weight category. 31 competitors competed today in this weight category, and Flicker obviously was the number 1 seed, and he's not disappointed as he's got himself now to the semi-final. But Zhumakanov there of Kazakhstan, he's been quite impressive. I've really rated him throughout. He's had some tough competition throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he started with the Georgian and then he lost to our boy.
That was a really, real tough innings.
Oh, big effort on the left side there from Flicker. Again, left-sided, but it's an odd one. It's a hook in, but then there's no sweep.
Yeah, it's. He picks up his first Judo there, and Flicker, he's been
busy.
He's been busy doing. He's not been explosive about that. He just controls the whole contest. He takes control right from the beginning. Doesn't always put all the attacks in, but he maintains the level of control. He dictates the pace of this contest and every other contest that he's had throughout the day. It's quite an interesting athlete to watch. He's not as explosive, and he's definitely not as exciting as some of the throws that we've seen throughout, but he's consistent in making sure that he maintains that control.
And as a result of his controlling the tempo of the contest, Zhumakanov has fallen behind.
And Zhumakanov has been really busy out there, but busy losing a lot of energy and not really getting anything from it. The Osotogari there as he steps right across. We've seen that in previous matches, which was very effective. But again, it's like he's in first gear and he's pacing himself there. He's got plenty of fuel in that tank, and the Kazakhstan has been going like in fourth gear. And it's just a matter of time he'll make that ultimate mistake, I believe. Yuko Tomonagi there from Flicker. And just under a minute remaining in this contest, and well, cross grip, and Flicker picks up the second Judo, so it's one apiece now. But a good strong grip there, as you can see, the left hand on. It was a cross grip there at this moment on the lapel. Okay, well, the Osota, he steps. Strong defense there from the Kazakhstan. Well, just seconds remaining, and we'll be going into golden score here. The drop Sianagi, a last attempt there from Flicker. Again, a real tactical ploy, because that's what the referee remembers, is that last attack and who did it, as they step into the golden score. So it's a positive move into that second part of this contest. So Flicker there, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel. First attack from the Kazakhstan. Oh, well, a mate situation. There's another drop from Kazakhstan. Wasn't effective this time, as we've seen in the previous. Well, Flicker's starting to look a little bit more busier than what he had in the first 4 minutes of this contest. Some very strong attacks there. And a switch. Good reaction there from the counter. He's got the cross grip there. He's got to be very careful, because it's a Judo piece and he's not really doing anything with that cross grip. Well, both these athletes are starting to look very tired, but it's that both hands on the side, the cross grip, and once more you've got an athlete trying to tell the referee how to do his job.
Someone's going here.
Well, I think it actually is Flicker that's going here, based on just gripping on the same side. He's done it too many times now, and that time was just that little bit too long. Oh, no, I wouldn't have... Yep, well... Find that quite surprising, really.
The winner in white, representing International Judo Federation, Flicker.
Well, Flicker goes into the final of the under 66. And Zhumakanov goes into the bronze medal final.
Next up on mat number 1 is a repechage contest in the under 60 kilo category. Vincent Lemar of France faces Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. We've got a semi-final in the 60 kilo category coming up after that. Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia to face Felipe Kitadai. We can stick around for that one, but really we should be having a look at Gilly Cohen and Charlene Van Snick. Although Van Snick has Gilly Cohen in Osai Kami with only a few seconds left to go, and then there'll be a repechage contest there, so better we may as well stay here.
Well, here we have is the repechage Lemar of France in white. He's been very slow today. Whether he's been plagued with an injury, I'm not quite sure, but we noticed in the first round that he was limping quite a bit. Then he ended up having his ankle strapped. So it's been plaguing him right through from the beginning to where we find him now in the repechage. Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. At this moment looking the stronger of the two. More threatening. Kazakhstan trying to get over the top, but you can see he's trying to get that right hand, and he's almost got it there. Lemar tactically trying to keep that grip down. Picks up the first Judo. Kyrgyzbayev there doing a bit of a chasing game, really, just trying to engage in the Frenchman. It's that right hand he wants high up onto the collar, but Lemar is controlling that sleeve as much as he possibly can. But here you have is the Makakomi. Lovely Kohachigari there. Lemar is the first strong attack that the Frenchman has put in at this particular moment. Well, he's had a real battle throughout this day. It's not been one of his greatest performances that we've seen in the past, but the experience has carried him through to this repechage. Kyrgyzbayev there, desperately once more, trying to get that arm, that right sleeve, and he's come round now under the arm as he lifts his opponent up, trying to get leverage there onto the hip. Oh, and a lovely, just stumbled his opponent there with the Ashiwaza. Lemar did so well to rescue that. Kazakhstan, as you can see, is on that belt. He's trying to get the leverage under, and over he goes, and there's the scorer, Wazari. Well, he had been threatening that a couple of times. He just needed the opportunity to get through the strong defences of Lemar. Well, there was a real gutsy try and finish there for Vincent Lemar, but sadly he ran out of time. Kyrgyzbayev with that lovely lift, as we saw earlier on, was the final decision of this repechage match that takes him into the final of the bronze medal. So Kyrgyzbayev goes through to the final of the bronze medal a little bit later on today in the under 60 kilo category.
Dhabi won. The winner in blue for Kazakhstan, Usman Kyrgyzbayev. He qualifies for the bronze medal contest for men under 60 kilo. The Dhabi won. Semi-final for men under 60 kilo. In white judo for Georgia.
So now we're coming to the semi-final of the under 60 kilos, and that's will be against Georgia represent in the white gi, Pepinashvili. Kitadel representing Brazil in blue. Oh, and a lovely turn through there with Papanashvili. Kitadai just caught a little bit cold there. Didn't see that one coming. Well, the Brazilian has now woken up. A change of pace in this contest as it comes in with that drop. And definitely back engaging into this contest. You can see that right hand on the lapel as he tries to break up his opponent's balance and creating a space. He's come across there with the drop Tayatoshi, very low indeed, but nevertheless a good entry into that attack. Papanashvili, as he tries to throw that arm, is swiftly taken down by the Brazilian, trying to control those sleeves. As you can see, he's got the right hand sleeve covered nicely there. And as we've seen, that's the danger from the Georgian. As he gets over the top, that's the biggest threat for the Brazilian. So tactically he knows what he needs to do, but tactically and then working through that and trying to do your judo at the same time is another thing. Not always easy to do. Again, we see that Tayatoshi stepping across. This time dismissed a little bit by Papanashvili, but he picks up his first Shido. So he'll have to start putting a little bit more effort into the attacks and try to come back into play. He's got a turnover here, nicely executed. Just didn't get that finish at the end, but got the lift and the rotation, but not the planting of the attack. Felipe there, piling a bit more pressure, but he's got his head caught up, and that's what he doesn't need. He needs to bring that arm down again. As you can see, once more, he's got that sleeve, but he didn't control it enough, and Papanashvili took the sleeve with him. Again, very powerful indeed that he was able to come across. So Shido now, but second one to the Brazilian. So it piles a little bit of pressure on himself with a minute and a half remaining in the contest. And Brazilian now really has to start changing the dynamics of this contest and starts going back to being the more dominant, as we've seen in the earlier. Lovely Ouchigari there, wonderfully executed. An attempt there of the Uchimata from Papanashvili. So just under a minute remaining in this contest, and there's 1 Shido to 2. Very little between both these athletes. Lovely Ouchigari we saw earlier on from the Brazilian. Well, Papanashvili's attacks seem to be getting stronger as the minutes tick away here. Started off a little bit slow, and but now they start to becoming a little bit more threatening, these attacks. That's the danger, is that right hand, but there we have a lovely Sinagia move following through with the arm lock. And it looked like Papanashvili just didn't even see that one coming. Just gave him the arm and gave away a place in the final. Well, that is an absolute shock. Kitadaya really, he came in, he looked like he was struggling in the last minute of that contest. It looked like it was all over and done with him for him, but Papanashvili, for whatever reason, just seemed to switch off. Came in for an attack, but left himself wide open, gave him the arm. And Kitadaya just said, thank you very much for that.
I can't remember having seen a fighter so unaware of the impending danger with regard to his arm. And just, it seemed to me as though he thought that there was going to be a mate or something.
That's the only thing that comes to mind, is that he
left his arm out there.
Lovely attack. There was a score. Papanashvili just stopped. He looked up at the referee to see what the score was and just forgot. I don't know what he must have thought. With the score, it was a mate because there was a slight pause. But goodness me, what a mistake that was.
Tell you what, the only person who paused was Papanashvili because Kitadaya decided, hey, I'm in here, you know.
That was a lovely attack there. And he got the score, he got the Wazari.
And he got back up and put the arm lock on.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, dear.
That was...
Right, the less said about that for Georgia, the better.
Yeah, definitely.
To leave that one, because we've got...
That'll haunt him for the rest of the day, that.
The repechage contest on mat number 1 now. Joanna Ramos of Portugal facing Kelly Edwards of Great Britain. It's Ramos in the white judogi, Edwards in blue. I think we're going to... This is a repechage contest, and we've got a semi-final beginning down on mat number 2. Let's go down to mat number 2 to see the current Olympic champion, Rafaela Silva of Brazil. She faces the young, up-and-coming Jessica Klimke from Canada. It's the Pan American Championship going on here. Silva in the white judogi for Brazil, Klimke in the blue judogi for Canada. There we go. Well, we'll see what Klimke's Marate Seanagi is like.
Well, I just love the energy of this Canadian. Klimke has been outstanding. She is such a vibrant, she's got so much, she bounces around. Dangerous if you're on the end of someone's ashiwazas, that's the only thing, because she is quite a bouncy character.
See, she was right in for that Marate Seanagi there,
yep.
But is she going to get that again? What happens is a lot of players that you compete against get that, it's like a trigger. They realize what your trigger is for the launch, and they're able to block it. So you only get 1, maybe 2 chances at that. After that, they can see that coming. There she is again.
Oh, she's got so much energy. But what we do know is Silva's got lovely ashiwazas. When she's able to get connected, she can throw them.
Well, it's the second time that she's been right underneath Silva with an opportunity to complete the technique. Hasn't been able to come up with a score yet. She scored very early in her previous 2 contests, and then took that in, and took that with her. Who did she face first then? Who did we see her against?
She was up against Becky Livesey. Oh no, she wasn't. She was up against the...
Daria Skirpnik of Belarus, and then in the quarterfinal, Daria Mezhetskaya.
Yep, that's right. Mezhetskaya, well, she fought Mezhetskaya, she was brilliant with. Again, so vibrant, so bubbly, and bounced in or out. She just doesn't stop. She makes you tired just watching her. Yeah, she's had three scores in her 2 contests. So 3 Wazaris on the board already, and they're all from that Marate Seanagi. Can she come up with another of her go-to techniques? But the only thing is, it's the only technique that I've seen that's been effective.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only technique. So if that's the case, someone like Silva, who's very competent, and she'll, like we saw earlier on, was watching those matches. She paid full attention to what was coming up next, and she'll have done her homework.
Yeah, I think the likelihood in any case is that she's not only seen her before, but been on with her as well.
Yes.
And you see, they're less and less effective now, so much so that she's now picked up.
She's picked up her first Shido there for it.
A Shido, yeah.
Well, there's a real battle here to try and get the more dominant grip. Well, the hips go through, but there's Silva. She waited for it, countered it, came round the back, and
See, you know, this is an unusual counter from Morote Seoinage, but she's not in the best position.
No.
Is Klimke. So, you know, she opens herself up for the counter.
Well, the score should have gone on. Oh, there it is. The Silva's got the score, so that's... Well, Klimke there comes out again, bouncing away. Koichi Gari, there's something different there to try and create that opening. She's come again in for the drop Seoinage, but Silva's been there waiting for it. And now trying to work her way down into the Niwaza. She's got the Sangaku turn. Canadian there once more, coming dropped underneath. Well, it's technically, she's very limited, the Canadian. She has the Koichi that we've seen a slight hint of, that she's not really advanced too much in it. She doesn't commit. It's created more as an opening for the drop Seoinage. And drop Seoinage's been there, and it's been a good scorer for it, and it's got her to this semi-final. But I think Silva has got the best of her at this moment.
Well, that, in fact, is that's time. They've only fought once before, at the Pan Am Championships, when Rafaela Silva won there, and it's the second time that she's defeated the young Canadian. Last year they fought, and she's done her again this year.
Well,
so
for Klimke, she's really now got to start going back and adding more to her repertoire.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the moment, that Koichi drop Seoinage combination is good, it's effective, but as she goes through the circuit, people are going to understand and know exactly what she's capable of doing, and that will be very easy to block. So there's a lot of homework that she's got to go home learning from this.
The higher level fighters are not going to fall to those two techniques.
Well, she's very predictable, very predictable now, and that energy can sometimes stumble people. They tend to try and go with the flow as far as that pace, and as soon as you start slowing that pace down, blocking it, she then comes unstuck.
I would imagine that her coaches are, well, they've got masses of experience. They'll know exactly what it is that she's supposed to do, and no doubt they're trying to work on that.
Yes.
But hasn't quite paid off.
Well, she's got the energy and she's got the determination and the youth behind her, so she's got the possibility of creating something very special out there, but she really does have to identify very quickly that she is limited and that needs to be expanded a lot more.
We're watching the repechage contest in the under 57 kilo category between Joana Ramos of Portugal and Kelly Edwards of Great Britain. There is no score at the moment. We're in the golden score period. We've already had 2 minutes and 23 seconds of golden score, actually. There's no penalty against Joana Ramos. Kelly Edwards has picked up a single Shido, and now Joana Ramos picks up a penalty for passivity. So
there's a bit of a marathon going on out here, isn't there? Sort of. Kelly Edwards last year picked up her bronze medal in the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi, so
She thought, well, why not come for another one?
she's come for another medal. Well, she's in the repechage, she's in a good position, but she's up against a very experienced and tough opposition with Ramos.
When you win a title, like the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam, you can come back out to defend your title. What happens if you win a bronze medal? Have you come to defend your bronze medal then? Or
Well,
if you won't be now?
oh, no. Well, Ramos finished that quite nicely and gets herself into the repechage final. Hopefully she'll take a medal. There's up until now, Tbilisi Grand Prix, she got a bronze medal there, and the European Championships this year was bronze medalist. So she'll be wanting to add this one to her collection for 2017.
There are increased numbers for women as far as qualification for this Olympic cycle are concerned. So the battle that has been going on for quite a number of years has paid off. We'll have bigger numbers. Right, 2 more contests to bring you. Three, beg your pardon. Erica Miranda of Brazil faces Angelica Delgado of the United States of America. It's another Pan American head-to-head. Miranda in the white judogi, Delgado in blue. And then we got one more after that, I think.
Well, Miranda, as we know, world bronze medalist this year. And Delgado was one of those athletes that you predicted that would do quite well here in this competition, I'm sure.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you had her picked as one of the quiet ones.
Because I thought she may have been seeded, actually. No, you're right.
It was one that you pulled out.
No, she was one of the seeds.
Was she seeded ones?
Yes,
yeah, because I remember you mentioning her.
Yeah, I won't claim that as something that that I knew about. Adonis, yeah.
Well, she's had
put money on him, but
she's had a good.
Very good.
Yeah. She's had a good performance this year. She in Cancun Grand Prix. She got bronze medal in Pan American Championships.
Didn't have to travel far.
Didn't have, exactly. The ones that she doesn't have to travel very far, she does quite well. She's also last year's silver medalist here in Abu Dhabi. So interesting to see how she performs against Miranda. Cianaghi, but she left herself a little bit vulnerable there for the counter. Miranda was waiting for it. And wanting some video feedback from that one. Didn't look from this angle, did it look like a score, but nevertheless,
Oy.
I thought it was out, but...
Delgado. What did we get a look at that then? What a goal.
It was a fantastic counter.
And the winner in white for Brazil, Erica Miranda.
Delgado came in for the Cianaghi, left herself a little bit light on it. Big message saying, here I come, and Miranda was waiting for it.
Coming up next, Anna Borowska of Poland faces Nakoda Smith-Davis of Great Britain. It will be Borowska in the white judogi, Smith-Davis in blue, a repechage contest in the under 57 kilo category.
Well, Borowska in Tashkent Grand Prix this year took the gold medal. Back in 2014 European Championships gold medalist. And Casablanca African Open gold medalist this year. So it's on form. But Nakoda Smith-Davis, current world bronze medalist, had an outstanding performance at the World Championships in Budapest. Smith-Davis plagued with a few injuries at the beginning of the year and straight after the Olympic Games, but has come back very, very strong and positive indeed. Power there as she draws her opponent back off the ground as if to say, stand up so I can throw you. Attempt of Koshiguruma there. Falls to the ground, but so 2 minutes remaining in this contest. Not a score yet, but looking very strong, both these athletes. Koda got a strong sleeve grip there. It was frustrating Borowska quite considerably there. Koda picking up her second Shido and also Borowska her first. So this puts the pressure on Smith-Davis. Needs to be a little bit more direct in the grip, and advancing onto her opponent now really has to start opening up, and instead of just playing a cautious game out here. Just have a bit of a habit. Oh, the Koshiguruma there once more comes over. Borowska threatening, very strong attack against Smith-Davis. An opportunity lost there for Smith-Davis with the Osota. Well, a leg grab there, so she gets the first warning. So that brings it up to 2 Shidos apiece with 46 seconds remaining in this contest. So either one of these athletes make the next mistake and it could cost them dearly. But again, you've got that Koshiguruma attempt. Nakoda really needs to keep the head up. Borowska, very strong indeed, but seems to fall to the ground there, but it's looking very uncomfortable.
Second time that she's been injured going down onto that part of the body, I think.
So that's a win for Smith-Davis and a place in the bronze medal final.
We've got one more contest to come after this then.
She qualifies for the bronze medal contest for the women under 57 kilo. Dear friends, the last contest from Tatami 1 is semi-final for the women under 57 kilo. In white judo for Mongolia, the current world champion and the Rio Olympics silver medalist.
Right, coming up next, Dodsuren Sumio of Mongolia faces Anastasia Konkina of Russia. It's Dodsuren in the white judogi, Konkina in blue. This for a place in the final of the under 57 kilo category.
Well, there's the first Judo being awarded there to the Mongolian, Dorsian.
Adam is there. Okay, I'm coming to the console. I told him he'll be there.
Well, Konkina threw that arm out high onto the collar. Well anticipated from Dorsian, who came through with the hips. Didn't manage to get the completion of the attack, but still a very good entry into the Sianagi. The Sodi there from Konkina, Ashiwaza Koichi Gari from Dorsian. Well, this seems to be a little more challenging for Dorsian than possibly we expected, but a good battle going on between both these athletes for a place in the final of the under 57s. Konkina slightly taller than her opponent, so has that advantage of looking very strong and in control. Again, the strong left high collar grip there, hooking in with the Uchi combination for the Uchimata, then goes for the Kosota. So nice flurry of attacks there from the Russian. Then now starting to look for something in the Niwaza, but nothing created down there. Dorsian staying very strong. Oh, just over a minute remaining in this contest. Dorsian trailing with one Shido. Has not found this a very easy match indeed, with especially with the tall left-hand grip that comes over the top. Well, just half a minute remaining. Konkina looked to be dominating this contest. Still hasn't got a score there, but Dosian has really not had... Oh, the flexibility of Konkina there. She's in the splits as we talk right now. Very flexible indeed. So it's looking like this contest will go into golden score. For me, the Russian seems to have dominated the pace. That arm again has been thrown over the top, but left herself a little bit vulnerable there. Didn't plant it as tightly as she should have, and Dosian was there for the counter. Didn't manage to benefit from it, but still there was a real threat. So now we're into the golden score.
Golden score.
Konkina there with that left hand higher in the collar again once more, trying to benefit from the Oichuchimata, but Dosian under her opponent comes in for the drop. Not sure if she got deep enough for the score. She's looking for it, but nevertheless a real major threat, and referee looking for the video feedback on that.
He's found his calling, hasn't he, Roland Poiga, with that little...
I know. I quite like it.
Signal.
Looks very professional.
He loves it.
Well, it was a good attack, there's no doubt about it, and she got the lift and rotation, but... Oh, and she got the landing. Well, she got the Wazari. It was not clear on the angle that we were watching it from, of where she landed, but... Care System realised it was the Wazari and takes her in to the final.
Right, well, we've got about an hour and 25 minutes before we come back with all the action in the medal matches. An hour and 25 minutes. But before we do that, we'll just give you a rundown of who we're going to see in the five weight categories. There are two bronze medal matches in the under 60 kilo category. Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan will face Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan, and in the other it'll be Francisco Garrigos of Spain to face Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. Have you seen any of those this morning?
I've seen Papinashvili, and I thought that he was very, very good. Okay, very, very impressive indeed. So for me, a little bit of a star for him.
He's up against Francisco Garrigos, who won this event last year.
Right.
Should be a tricky one. Well, he won't be winning it this year. Our winner will come from either Felipe Kitadai of Brazil or Robert Shvirabadze of Russia. In the under 66 kilo category, the bronze medal contest will be between Davudoj Temirkaleg of Mongolia or Abdul Jalilov of Russia. The second of the bronze medal contest is Vaza Magvenashvili of Georgia, and Zhumakanov. I don't know if you've seen them this morning. The Kazakh player.
Not. I've seen one or two of the matches, but we've been pottering from one to another, haven't we? So,
and then the final of the under 66 kilo category, Tal Flecker representing the International Judo Federation, and Nijat Shilikadze of Azerbaijan.
Well, for me, the favourite's got to be Flicker. Okay. I think he's had a solid performance. He's not been too exciting, but he's dominated the matches right through from the start to the end, and he's been very consistent. So I think he'll do it in the final.
Right, let's take a look at the under 48 kilo category then. Shiro Rishoni, representing the International Judo Federation, will face current Olympic champion Paula Pareto of Argentina, and it will be Chernovitsky Eva of Hungary to face Odgansetse Galbadrak of Kazakhstan. How has that division looked for you today?
Well, Chernovitsky, for me, has performed really well. I think she'll end up going for that bronze medal. I think that's, for me, the one. But Dolgova of Russia, again, I think is a very strong favourite.
Right, and the final is between Irina Dolgova of Russia and Milica Nikolic of Serbia. In the under 52 kilo category, Joanna Ramos of Portugal faces Gilly Cohen representing the International Judo Federation. And it will be Larissa Florian of Romania to face Angelica Delgado of the United States of America. The final is Erica Miranda of Brazil. She's up against Charlene Van Snick of Belgium.
Well, for me, Van Snick is one for gold, and I reckon that Cohen for bronze and Florin. Those are my predictions based on performance today. I think they've been outstanding.
Okay, and then finally, Dakota Smith-Davis of Great Britain to face Jessica Klimke of Canada, and it'll be Amelie Stahl of Germany to face Anastasia Konkina of Russia. Have you seen them?
Based on performance, Smith-Davis for one bronze, and Stahl, I've thought she was a very impressive young lady today.
The final is a repeat of the Olympic final from Rio 2016. Dorjsuren Sumia, the current world champion, will face the current Olympic champion, Rafaela Silva of Brazil. Where's your money then?
Well, do you know what? This is going to be a real tough one. I think both Silva and Dorsian have fought extremely well. Silva, she picked up an injury earlier on, I think in the previous match in the semi-final. And so that's a bit of a question mark on how she'll come out into this final. She'll be fully fit, I would say Silva. But Dorsian, again, a solid performance. And I think she's going to be wanting to get this one under her belt. I think there's going to be a bit of grittiness in this fight.
That Dorjsuren has already had her tough contest of the day, got past that when
Konkina,
she defeated
Krista
DiGucci.
Yes, yeah.
The Canadian early on.
And even just that semi-final, Konkina was a battle for her. So she's had some real battles her way up to this final. But and Silva, both of these athletes, you can't underestimate them. You don't know which way they're going to go. But I think I'm going to put money where mouth is and go for Dorsian.
I'm going to go for Dorsian, yeah. We'll be back in an hour and 20 minutes. Join us then for all the medal matches. But from Loretta Cusack-Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.